Ava Zubeck, a well-known explorer and the host of Super Skilled on National Geographic. Ava is fearless by nature, someone who lives life to the fullest in the wilderness and faces challenges head-on. But even she has moments where something manages to shake her. And this time, it wasn't the wilderness doing it. While she was inside her tent on her own remote forest property high in the mountains, Eva experienced something that reminded her exactly who's the most dangerous animal in the world. Let's hear her story.
It's literally come to the point where I'm sleeping with an axe by the side of my bed. The last few weeks have been eye-opening for me, because in the last few weeks I've started to realize just how dangerous it is to do what I do. And I never had to deal with situations like this before, not on this level, but just the fact that it's all happening now is making me rethink this channel, what this channel is about, and the future of it. And this is not clickbait. I'm not being overly dramatic. When you hear the stories, I think you'll understand. A few minutes ago, a man that I don't know appeared on my property. And he turned to me and he said, "Oh, finally I found you. I've been looking for you." This is a man that I don't know, that I didn't invite here, that I didn't want here, who came here all on his own to my private property in the mountains, where there is no obvious path that leads here. He made his way up the hills and through the freaking forest to find me, uninvited. To find a woman who's camping on her own, on her private property. To find her and do what exactly? I was shocked. I was shocked and immediately felt so vulnerable and so scared. I immediately told him that this is my private property and that I'm not looking for guests. I took my axe and I went inside my tent with Vilk.
The story is already unsettling, but Eva still hasn't reached the part that truly stands out. Because what comes next is far more disturbing. As I mentioned, Eva travels the world for her work as a TV host, filming in remote places, documenting unique experiences. Nothing unusual about that in her case. But this time, the details surrounding her situation take an unexpected turn, and things become even stranger. Let's continue her story.
This is not the first time that something like this has happened, because a few weeks ago, something even worse happened. A few weeks ago, I was filming with National Geographic for my new show when I found out that another guy that I didn't know, that I had zero contact with ever, had been looking for me on my land in Poland. I wasn't there at the time, of course. I was filming with Nat Geo on a different continent. But the next thing I know, this man found out where we were filming, and he flew from Europe to Africa to chase me down, convinced that we were supposed to get married and that we're supposed to be together, that destiny is bringing us together. And so this man is looking for me all around the world. I don't know him. I don't know who he is. I don't know his intentions. And he found me. It's a really terrifying experience when men that you don't know seek you out and you don't know what their intentions are. And some of them are delusional. Some of them think that you're going to get married. Some of them think that you're supposed to fall in love. This guy was about to propose to me without fucking knowing me, without me knowing it. this level of, I don't even know what to call it, but these situations make me feel so awful, so vulnerable.
I can completely understand the mix of anger, fear, and disgust Eva must have felt in that moment. And honestly, who wouldn't? The thought of someone following you across continents, someone unpredictable and potentially dangerous, is terrifying on its own. And even if we treat this as an isolated case, the fact that someone showed up in her forest, on her own property, is deeply unsettling. After the encounter, Eva decided not to spend the night there, a perfectly reasonable choice when you know a stranger is wandering nearby. And a year later, she posted an update explaining how she chose not to let this experience break her spirit. If you're curious, I highly recommend watching that video. All I can say is that she deserves a lot of respect for the way she handled it. Vanessa, a passionate nature enthusiast deeply into bushcraft and living off the land. She's the creator behind the channel Wild Woman Bushcraft, a space fully dedicated to her connection with nature and self-reliance. Vanessa experienced something similar to Michael, who previously appeared on this channel. And if you haven't seen that video yet, I highly recommend it. You'll find the link in the description. Focusing back on this story, we see Vanessa facing a serious situation. Driven by her love for bushcraft, she built herself a makeshift cabin entirely from natural materials, wood, earth, and forest moss, a remote, primitive shelter that seemed safe enough. Unfortunately, this time luck wasn't on her side. And what starts as a manageable issue slowly escalates minute by minute into something far more troubling. Let's see how the story begins.
And welcome back. My name is Vanessa Blank from Wild Woman Bushcraft, and my plan was today to bring you with me in the forest to my forest camp because I had some projects planned that I want to finish today, and you would be able to accompany me. So I switch now to the start of the video because my camp was completely destroyed from someone, and the video is now completely different as I like to create it and as I planned it. So we switch now to the beginning, how the video should normally start, and then what I found here. Let's go.
After this brief introduction, Vanessa heads toward the spot where she had built her small campsite, a place she had invested time, effort, and passion into. When she arrives, it's immediately clear that everything has been destroyed. But unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. Beyond the vandalized shelter, the person responsible left something else behind. Something intentional. A detail that turns this from simple destruction into something far more unsettling. And you can see it clearly in Vanessa's reaction. She struggles to find the right words. The emotions overwhelm her, and the shock is unmistakable. Let's continue.
So there is a notification with my name on it. Mrs. Blank, learned nothing, short trousers, and then something I can't read. I'm not sure what really stand there. I wanna piss at you or I wanna visit you. It's such a ugly writing. I'm not sure if I read everything. So you was not there. What a pity. Your camp is now damaged and it's your fault. We see us. So it was something that know me, that know my camp. Nein, geh nicht ein. Nein. And just want to destroy it because it's mine. What an asshole. Den Zettel nehme ich mit. I bring this notification at home. Also jetzt hat der Spaß ein Loch. So, there is a photo from me. It's the same backpack that I carry today, and it's very damaged. So I'm not sure if it's a wildlife track photo or not, because there is the date on it. But when it's not a wildlife camera photo, that means that this person was in my closer area and take a photo from me, walk behind me, wants to check where I am, what I do. Or I have no idea how they could otherwise find out at which day I am in the forest, because I have no special day. And that means that I have this shit again. I had it all in the past. I had a stalker that write me letters at my private address, which is something that nobody knows, which knows who I am, which knows the places where I was bushcrafting, and take photos of them and send it to me. Look, I found your new camp. And I had this all in the past.
I don't know about you, but it's disturbing how far some men can go when it comes to stalking women. There's something deeply wrong about it. In Vanessa's case, this goes far beyond simple following. Things have escalated to another level. The person involved doesn't just seem obsessed, they appear to have malicious intent. The situation becomes even more unsettling when Vanessa reveals she's experienced similar incidents in the past. That history makes the fear feel far more real. What truly changes the perspective is learning that she later came to the area with her children, unaware of the risk she might be exposing them to, with someone like this potentially watching her. We do know that Vanessa is prepared. She carries a knife and a firearm, which she says she keeps ready whenever she doesn't feel safe. I'm glad she's equipped. But at the same time, it's concerning that people with such intentions exist at all. What do you think about her encounter? How would you react in a situation like this? A clip filmed in 2015, uploaded on a YouTube channel called Leviathan. The channel features seemingly random videos, but they all share one thing: a subtle sense of the unknown. This footage was captured in the Modrava Forest, located in the Czech Republic. From what I could find, there are no well-known legends or mysterious stories associated with this forest. Still, many people describe the area as having a strange, almost mystical atmosphere. Let's take a look, and we'll come back to it afterward. clip ends abruptly, with the person filming running out of the forest. Still, even from the limited footage, a few things stand out. The sounds don't seem to come from any ordinary animal, or at least not one native to this region. Large primates or gorilla-like creatures don't exist in Europe, which makes the situation even harder to explain. On top of that, the camera captures unusually large footprints. Some appear older, others seem fresh, and at first glance, they look authentic. This detail makes everything more complicated, and undeniably more unsettling. Because if a creature capable of leaving those tracks were nearby, a person alone would stand little chance. As for the sound itself, I went through the comments and couldn't find a solid explanation. So I'll leave it open to you. What do you think could produce sounds like that? We now shift to Alyssa Vanilla's channel, and to a story that is noticeably darker and far more serious. Alyssa is a travel enthusiast. She travels alone and has modified her car to include everything she needs for long, isolated journeys. On her channel, she shares footage from breathtaking locations, places filled with calm, freedom, and wide-open spaces. But among all these videos, one stood out. A video where things didn't go as planned. A video that clearly left a bitter taste behind. While camping in the desert, somewhere near the city of Tucson, Alyssa was preparing for a few peaceful days, excited, relaxed, and completely at ease, when a man on an ATV suddenly appeared near her. At first glance, nothing seems out of place. After all, it's the desert. But let's see what happens next, because this story is only just beginning.
Oh, okay. Are you a ranger or?
No, I just live close.
Oh, okay.
So I kind of come out and check, make sure, because I know there's a lot of people that come out here that don't have a lot.
I'm fine right now. I don't know if I'll stay here, but I just wanted to check it out and see. It's pretty hot though.
Do you do this, like, is this what you do for a living? Do you like travel around or what?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah?
Yep.
So
Gotta
how
wait.
long have you been doing this for?
I've been in the van for like almost a year, last November, so getting close. But I was traveling around in my car since 2020, so it's been a while.
So you've been a nomad for a while.
Yeah. Yes, I'm used to it.
And you're enjoying it, I suppose.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, well, just so you know, so you're not worried, I drive by when I'm here. I actually work in Colorado. I live here, like a mile and a half from here.
Okay.
And so I kind of drive through when I'm here, just checking on people, making sure they got water, got what they need.
Cool.
So if you do stay, I'll see you again, but that's all I'm doing.
All right.
Nothing spooky.
Okay. Well.
I had shit stolen from my house 2 years ago. So 2 years ago I started doing that. I started making myself open to people that were out here, giving them my name so they knew who I was, so that they saw my face, and you know what? It's worked for me. Nobody steals shit from my house anymore.
And what is your name?
Johnny. If you need water, I have a hose outside that runs all the time. You're willing to stop there, fill your water jugs, whatever you need. And those that I get to know well enough that I trust, they're welcome to actually come in and use the shower a couple times a week. I'm not home. My wife is. My children are. So if you need a shower, you're welcome to, come by. Probably would work better, since you're a female, it would probably work better if you came by while I was there a couple of times, just so my wife gets to know you. So she doesn't think there's something stupid going on.
Right.
But, you know, if you need a shower or something, that's not a problem.
After that conversation, you might think the man's behavior only seemed strange at first. In fact, it could easily be seen as an act of compassion, a simple gesture of kindness towards someone alone and stranded in the desert. At least, that would be the logical explanation. But returning to the story, things don't end there. Sometime later, the same man reappears, this time carrying some unsettling news. So, let's see how this unfolds, because the sense of calm doesn't last for long.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
so you have a guy on the mountain up there that is watching you with binoculars.
Okay, well, that's unnerving. Well, I guess I won't be staying.
Well, it's not that you can't stay. Just, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
The other side of the mountain is safer.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
He's driving a older Dodge pickup, and he told me he comes out here and offers water to people. But I would stay away from him. He told me he parks up there and looks around to see who might need water, who might need this, who might need that. And I was like, I turned and looked and went, well, her fucking camper is right in the open.
Yeah. So did you catch him watching me, or did he just tell you that he was watching me?
When I pulled up, he had his field glasses up, looking this direction, and I was like, what are you looking at?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just looking to see if there's anybody that needs water. So anyway, he's, you see that white truck? Underneath the tree?
I'm right in the tree view, so.
All right, come out here and I'll show you. Just so you know.
Yeah, it's also just odd that there's not really anybody out here.
Get a good description of that truck.
It was a white truck.
It's white and burgundy. Honestly, I'd move to the other side.
So, I mean, I did want to stay because it's nice out here and it's quiet, but if there's somebody watching me, then obviously I don't think I should stay out here at all.
Well, that's fine. That's your choice too.
Yeah. That's really sucks. It was really nice out here, but well, at least I got to put my laundry away. It's always easier to do housekeeping out in the open rather than in the city somewhere. So just finishing up my laundry and then I'll probably have to leave, but that's okay. Do you need anything?
No.
Okay.
No.
The final 15 seconds are, without a doubt, the most chilling part of the entire video. After this interaction, Alyssa leaves immediately and drives to a place where she finally feels safe, something that's genuinely relieving to see. But looking back at the situation as a whole, it becomes clear that the man was anything but harmless. His story about another man watching her appears to be completely fabricated. In reality, he was the one observing her all along. And that final moment, when he stares at her in silence, says nothing, and displays tense, erratic body language, strongly suggests that his intentions were far darker than they first appeared. Even in the comments, people from a wide range of professions reach the same conclusion. The video went viral, and locals from the area stated they would keep an eye on what happens next. Some suggested Alyssa should have contacted the authorities, but that question remains open. Did the man actually do something concrete enough to warrant official action? What is certain, however, is this: everything about his behavior signaled danger, and Alyssa trusted her instinct. An instinct that, this time, allowed the story to end on a positive note for her. Maso Sales is a channel that used to post all kinds of content without a clear theme. It's been inactive for nearly 12 years, which makes one of its final uploads even more intriguing. The footage was recorded in East Texas, less than a mile from Lake Tawakoni. Up to that point, everything seems normal. But while inside a house near the edge of the forest, the man suddenly hears a sound he doesn't recognize. A sound strange enough to make him step outside and start recording. One that still sends chills down the spine. Let's watch.
Well, we were sitting around hanging out and watching TV, and cats were laying right here at my feet. Next thing you know, they get up and take off running, tails puffed out, so heard something they didn't like. Been some strange sounds. Heard a few bangs on the house, so they heard something they didn't like, so went outside and check it out. What's going on? Anything out there? Dark. Can't see a thing out here. Obviously, just by my flashlight. I see the trail. I see the trail going up there. It's coming from the light east of here, down by the light. Coyotes, yep. They're dipping sounds. See? Down by the lake somewhere. Dark, I see it there. Dog barking.
At first, among all the background noises, the distinct sound is hard to make out. It blends in, almost unnoticed. But toward the end, everything suddenly escalates. The sound grows louder, more intense, and the reaction is immediate. The man doesn't hesitate for a second and runs straight back inside the house. And honestly, I can't blame him. At first, I thought it might be a wolf. Wolves are known to live in the area, and some of the sounds fit. But beneath that, there's another howl, deeper, more muffled, harder to define. And by the end, it becomes clear that it doesn't sound like a typical wolf. In the comments, several people who live near the lake say the same thing. They've heard that howl, they recognize it, and they don't know what caused it. Of course, it could still have been a known animal, but that doesn't change how it makes you feel when you hear it. What do you think it was? We travel all the way to Australia and meet Mo, a singer-songwriter with a deep love for nature, travel, and camping. In this clip, Mo is camping alone in a remote area near the Great Dividing Range. The day begins peacefully. The drive to the location goes smoothly, along a forest road leading deep into the wilderness. Once she arrives, Mo prepares herself a meal and enjoys the calm surroundings. Everything feels exactly as it should. But as time passes, the atmosphere begins to shift, and the quiet of the forest starts to feel very different. Let's watch Mo's footage.
We're not alone now. It's 3 men.
I just went to the bushes. I got it there. Yeah, use the nature as my tool.
I'm leaving. After my lunch, which is delicious.
Did Mo overreact by leaving the campsite after a group of 4 men walked through? That's hard to say. Some would argue she did, especially considering she was alone, in a remote area. And realistically, a woman has very little chance if something goes wrong against 4 men. It might seem like a small detail, but one of them was noticeably much larger than the others. And details like that matter when you're alone in the wilderness. Mo chose to trust her instincts. And instincts are often the body's first way of recognizing danger, long before the mind can explain it logically. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Do you think Mo made the right decision? Would you have done the same? I'm not sure there's a perfect way to describe the next video. What I can tell you is this. It involves a man and a bear. And what the man does here is so reckless, so dangerously unpredictable, that even the bear seems to pause for a moment, as if it can't quite understand what's happening. The wrong move that happened here could have ended everything. Let's take a look.
Dał mi ruchu prokусил. Кинулся.
I don't know what this man expected after kicking a bear. But the bear's reaction says everything. For a moment, it just stares at him. Stunned, almost confused, as if it can't believe what just happened. Then it strikes. Fast, instinctively, yet somehow, it holds back. It injures only his arm and walks away. An unbelievable stroke of luck, because this could have ended in a far darker way. And this whole encounter is a harsh reminder. Sometimes, people truly bring danger upon themselves. This next clip comes from Tasha, a TikTok user whose video went viral almost instantly, and it's easy to see why. What starts as a peaceful day outdoors slowly turns into a moment filled with tension. A reminder that danger can hide even in the calmest places. It all happens on a bright, sunny day, with Tasha and her dog enjoying the warm weather and the quiet of nature. Or at least, that's what they thought. Let's take a look.
What are you doing? You can't get out here, sir. No! Don't! They'll come! They'll come! What are you doing? You're not taking my tube, boy. I'm recording. It is. I seen all of you. I got all of you on camera.
I'm with them, right?
Then go get with them.
After the incident, Tasha found out who that man really was, and the truth was terrifying. Out on bail, with prior convictions for sexual abuse and illegal possession of weapons. A man who should not have been there. A man who likely believed he had found an easy target, but he hadn't counted on Bella. Her dog sensed everything instinctively, without hesitation. She threw herself between them, doing everything she could to keep Tasha safe. And knowing who that man was, it's chilling to imagine what might have happened if Bella hadn't been there. Later, through the comments, we learned something else. He was arrested again for violating his parole, a conclusion that speaks for itself. Next, we move to a channel called Forest Fire Number 21. A small channel with only a handful of videos, nothing that immediately stands out. But this particular clip, filmed around 7 years ago, is different. It's short, raw, and captured in complete darkness. Throughout its brief duration, you can barely see anything. Yet what you hear is more than enough to make your skin crawl. Let's take a look. As mentioned earlier, the sounds heard in the video resemble screams of fear coming from the forest behind the house. Cries that, to many, sound like a woman in distress, or possibly something even worse. There are, however, some important details. The person who recorded the video was just a child at the time. He didn't know what to do, or whether calling the police was the right choice. Instead, he told his parents, who, unfortunately, did not contact the authorities. It's also mentioned that several other houses were nearby, so it's possible someone else reported the incident. Later on, the person who filmed the clip says he followed the news closely, looking for any reports of a crime or abduction that could be connected to what he heard that night. He found nothing, and that's what makes the situation even more unsettling. Strange, isn't it? Nicholas Paparo's channel focuses on nature, fishing, and camping, mainly in the Wisconsin area, a place he says he's always felt deeply connected to. Most of his content is calm and peaceful, with nothing unusual or unsettling. Nicholas often spends several days out in the wilderness, and his experiences are usually uneventful. But what follows isn't about camping. This moment takes place on a beautiful summer day, during a fishing trip on a river near a forest. At first, everything feels completely normal. Just another quiet day outdoors. But for Nicholas, things begin to change quickly. Let's take a look.
Lola, come here. How's it going? Come here. Come here.
Of course, this moment might not mean anything at all. The two people could have simply been scouting for a good fishing spot, even without gear. But when you're alone, situations like this can quickly become uncomfortable, or even frightening. What makes this more unsettling are the comments under the video. Many people describe similar encounters that ended badly. Robberies, assaults, even incidents involving families with children. So, if Nicholas's instincts told him something wasn't right and that he should leave, listening to that instinct may have been the right call. Because you never truly know someone's intentions, and a seemingly harmless situation can turn dangerous in seconds. Nicholas also mentions that it would have felt more normal if the two had simply said hello, a small gesture that could have eased the tension. What do you think? Was there a real danger here, or just an unfortunate coincidence? The video that personally left a deep mark on me. I found it on a YouTube channel that contains only this single clip, nothing else. The footage shows two young men exploring the edge of a forest. As they walk, they're suddenly hit by an overwhelming smell, strong enough to immediately grab their attention. That curiosity leads them into the bushes along the forest line, where they discover a cooler. Unfortunately, what comes next likely marked them for life. Let's see what the two of them found.
That shit is scary. They got duct tape all over it. Bro, get that bitch away from me, nigga.
It smells so bad.
Yo.
It smells so bad. There's maggots. Oh no, fuck that.
Bro, that shit smells so bad. Bro.
There's so many maggots on it, bro.
God damn.
Bro, just cut it with the
That shit is hella sketch, bro.
This is sketch. There's fucking maggots all in it, bro. This is sketchy as hell.
Nigga, I'm tired of somebody's body in that bitch, bro. And so what do we do? Call the police?
If there's a fucking body, we're calling the cops.
Nigga, I'm gonna throw the fuck up. I don't even want to look, bro.
I don't want to smell that.
Just hurry up and cut that bitch. That look sketchy as a bro. Like, think about it. Why would somebody leave a cooler and duct tape it?
Drugs?
You ain't gonna duct tape drugs.
Oh, God, bro.
There's maggots all
They
over.
would literally just... I'm telling you, bro. I'm scared to look at it. Like, look at somebody's head. Oh, yeah. I ain't looking at that. Y'all looking, I ain't looking. Yeah, nah. Fuck that.
It smells like decomposing.
Peel it off.
I'm scared as a bitch.
Oh, fuck.
I'm freaking the fuck out.
Bro, what if somebody
It
like
smells so bad.
What if somebody's like arm or something? Open it, bitch. Open it, Matthew. Open it. Bro, if it, you gotta call the cops, nigga. You gotta stay over here, butt that shit.
You gotta open it from the other side.
Nigga, I'm not looking at that shit. Hell no.
Why not?
Hey, bro, what if somebody's fucking like arm or something in there, bro?
If we find a dismembered body,
Hold on, open it up for a minute. I gotta record it.
I'm not looking in there. What is that? What is it? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
What you mean? What does it look like? Matthew, what does it look like, bro?
It looks like dead fish.
You lying.
I swear.
Matthew, what does it look like, bro?
it's fucking disgusting.
I'm going to stop the clip here because what follows is, in my opinion, too much. And I'll explain why. That cooler was not filled with dead fish. The two young men quickly understood the seriousness of the situation and decided the only responsible thing to do was to call the police. Authorities arrived, investigated the scene, and the conclusion was shocking. According to the investigation, the cooler contained the body of a deceased infant, neglected and abandoned inside, submerged in water. This information was later confirmed by the two men themselves in a comment under the original video. Beyond that, I was able to find additional information about this disturbing case. It took over a year for authorities to identify the person responsible: the infant's mother. A detail that makes the situation even harder to comprehend. She was eventually arrested. As for the video itself, there have been no further updates from the two men, and honestly, none are needed. So let's move on and return to something slightly more bearable. Amanda is an extraordinary woman with a deep love for nature. So deep that she chose to live on a remote, forested island in Canada. On her channel, she shares fragments of her daily life, almost like a visual journal of this new chapter, filled with peace, beauty, and a quiet appreciation for the world around her. But when you live in the heart of the wilderness, that closeness to nature sometimes comes with challenges of its own. And Amanda has faced a few moments that truly tested her courage. Let's take a look at her story.
Last week's video, I had a lot of comments from last week's video, and it was I love getting comments. I love all the different things that people have to say. Yeah, I just really enjoy reading them. So many people had some theories about why Peach wouldn't go outside. One of the biggest theories was that people thought it was a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot.
Amanda recently had a visitor, an encounter she shared on her channel. In the comments, many viewers suggested that the figure she saw might have been a Sasquatch. At the same time, Amanda admits she's been feeling watched for a while now. Not necessarily by a mysterious creature, but for a very different reason. One that only she can explain. Let's continue because she's about to tell us the full story.
But I'm almost disappointed to tell you that it was indeed a very large, very big black bear. I think it's the same black bear that we saw at the first week of April last year. That black bear last year was massive, and I do think it's the same one, because this was a big fella. I saw him like the day after that video came out. The next morning he showed up. I was actually just standing in the kitchen and I looked out and I saw this massive black furry rump just heading behind the generator building. So yeah, I always get so excited when I see my first bear. The footage I took there, that was from my bathroom window, because when I saw him, I immediately knew it was that massive dude. And yeah, if he was a bit smaller, I probably would have gone outside. Not that it makes him any less dangerous, but I may have just gone outside and yeah, tried to get better footage. But anyway, so he came back every day that week. So he was here every day. On the day that the owners were supposed to arrive, he just was hanging around, and I needed to get outside and get the house ready. I had to get the wood stove started in there. There was a bunch of stuff I had to get done. So, and I couldn't get to the house because he was just hanging around the road that leads to the house. So, anyways, I broke out my bear banger. So the bear bangers that I have, do I have it on me? I do have it on me. So this is the bear banger that I have. So this little thing, you clip it back, and then you have, I don't know if you can see this, but it's a little cap. So it's a little cap, and you actually just stick it in the gun here. Yeah, so it sticks in there, and then you click, and then you bang, right? So I needed to get rid of that bear. So I first tried just the cap, and I shot probably 3 of them. And he just stood there and watched me. Like, he didn't care. Like, he just could care less. Didn't even scare him. Are you kidding me? So I ended up shooting, I think, 2 of these at him, and then finally, and I didn't get that on film, but finally on the second one he bolted.
At first glance, it may not seem like much, but a large bear returning day after day near your home, especially when you have a pet, is not something you can ignore. A bear's behavior can shift unpredictably, and repeated proximity can quickly turn into a dangerous encounter. In Amanda's case, things are even more concerning. The bear barely reacts to small deterrents, and even loud snaps or poppers seem to scare it off only slightly. That raises the risk, because at some point, the animal's response might not be to run away. Amanda may need to consider stronger protection, whether that means a legal firearm or more effective wildlife deterrent devices, because living in isolation comes with challenges of its own. But I'm curious, what do you think? Should Amanda be better equipped for situations like this? Brant is an avid outdoorsman, a devoted hiker and camper, often exploring the wilderness alongside his 4-legged friend, Garvey. His channel features hundreds of genuine outdoor adventures, never staged or exaggerated. But when you spend this much time in the wild, strange encounters eventually find you. And the one you're about to see is exactly that. This time, Brant is alone, trekking through the Appalachian Mountains on a multi-day route. And that alone sets a certain tone. The region is known for the stories shared by those who have lived there or passed through. The day starts peacefully. Bright sun, clear skies, and Brant soon reaches one of the key points along his trail. Let's see what happens next.
Okay, low gap pretty. Let's drop pack. See what this is all about. Door doesn't shut, and there's no wall here, so not complete privacy. So we'll have to subtract a star for that, undoubtedly, because it's ridiculous. I mean, what is the door supposed to keep you private? I don't know. It's kind of the same concept at Whitley Gap. It is spacious. There's lots of room, so that'll give it a star. Very well ventilated. There's absolutely no odor whatsoever, and there's plenty of light. Let's give it a try.
After taking a short break to catch his breath, Brant was getting ready to continue along the trail. But his plans shifted suddenly, when a sound echoed from somewhere nearby, catching his attention and stopping him in his tracks. A sound that would lead to a situation that's anything but ordinary. Let's continue.
Hey, talk about creepy. I was just down at that cell site there checking it out, talking about it, and I heard and saw a hiker coming down the trail. And I thought I'd stay at the campsite and wait for the hiker to pass. And the hiker never passed, and there's nobody here, and it's freaking me out right now. I've got chills up and down my spine. And I saw a person with a pack on, wearing hiking clothes. There's no way they passed me. Yeah, this is weird. I'm getting out of this spot. I'm telling you, that's yeah, if the animal den wasn't enough, you know, this is the spot where I thought I saw somebody. You know, honestly, that's the second time today that's happened. And the first time is when I was sawing that log, and I looked over and I was like, oh, someone's coming up the trail. The log will be sawed for them when they get here, and there was never anybody there. And I think I might have just saw a leaf. I don't know.
Unfortunately, there's no video proof of what Brant experienced. But as I mentioned earlier, his content has never relied on scary stories or staged moments. So I'm inclined to believe he shared what he genuinely felt and saw. And considering he was in the Appalachians, a region known for its strange stories and unexplained encounters, it's not impossible that he witnessed something unusual. Hearing and seeing someone, only for that figure to disappear without a trace, is unsettling on its own. But the fact that it happened twice in the same day makes it even more mysterious. He admits the first moment might have been his mind playing tricks on him, but the second one, he seems truly convinced. It raises a lot of questions about what really happens in those forests. So tell me, what do you think? Did he experience something real, or was it all a trick of perception? Kent is a dedicated camping enthusiast, a passion that has earned him a large and loyal following on his channel, Kent Survival. He spends much of his time outdoors, exploring every style of camping imaginable. From minimal setups to luxurious tents you never want to leave. His videos are easy to watch, cozy, calming, the kind of content that makes everything feel safe and under control. But in this clip, we see Kent facing something very different. A situation where things come dangerously close to a point of no return. His day starts completely normal. Nothing feels out of place. Just him, nature, and a quiet spot chosen for a few peaceful days. After finding the perfect location, he sets up his tent. Like anyone after a long day of work, he decides to cook himself a meal. And from that moment on, I'll let you see for yourself what happens next.
It was pretty much empty. I believe I've managed to turn it down a bit. It's not blasting out quite so much heat now. That oven's at a good temperature though. Should have brought something to put in there. Completely work free really, you just set it and forget it. I quite like feeding a stove and that, you know, on my own camping. It gives you something to do. But yeah, if you just want to set it and forget it, this thing is kind of ideal. I think I saw a video a few weeks ago that said it will go for like 8 odd hours or something. I don't need this to go all night. I'll relight it in the morning, but very interesting to know. I don't know how to stop it though, because I've put quite a lot of pellets in there. If not, I'll just have a warm night, I guess. Don't know if the sound really comes through, but that wind is really picking up in them trees. It's not so bad down here, but up there, yeah, I can hear it. Bringing in that rain. A couple of hours and it should start. I'll just have to make sure all my bits outside are all put away. Got myself a nice cup of tea. That wind is really picking up out there. It's a little concerning, but yeah, I didn't realise. All good in here though, very warm. There's plenty of pellets in there still. I might leave it closed down and just let it burn off basically while I'm in here. I've got a carbon monoxide alarm. Rains are due in a couple of hours, so watch this space. God. It's 5:46 in the morning. I just woke up and the whole tent was full of smoke. Carbon monoxide alarm hasn't gone off. That's right here. Saying 56 ppm. You'd think that'd be going off, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to stop this before it does go off. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the whole thing was full of smoke, and I don't know what happened, really. I'll have to look into this. Ah, shit. Okay, for some reason the hopper is very, very hot. So I'll put my gloves on. Oh, there is a fire going all the way up into the hopper. So we've got to the end and the fire's gone up. That's what's happened here. Ah, jeez. I just burnt myself as well. Oh my goodness. So there, you can see what's going on here now. Oh dear. Don't even know what to do. What the hell do I do?
This was, without a doubt, a near-fatal experience. All that smoke building up inside the tent, combined with the alarm failing to activate in time, created an extremely dangerous situation. If Kent hadn't woken up on his own, there's a real chance that by the time the alarm finally went off, it would have already been too late. Thankfully, his body reacted at the right moment, allowing him to ventilate the tent quickly and escape the danger. Most likely, the rain and wind outside affected the smoke's natural draft, preventing it from venting upward as intended. On top of that, Kent had deliberately closed the opening meant for smoke circulation in an attempt to control the fire. A decision that, under certain conditions, causes the exact opposite effect: smoke filling the interior. Fortunately, everything ended well. Kent walked away with nothing more than a lingering cough, a minor burn from touching the stove, and an unpleasant, but valuable, memory. One that will surely stay with him. Because some mistakes, you only make once. Nat Moran, a true nomad at heart, traveling from place to place with her loyal dog, Pike. She documents her adventures on her channel, which I can genuinely recommend, and throughout this compilation, you'll see a few more creators worth checking out. Nat's encounter happened this very Thanksgiving, and it's a different kind of story, one that left a mark on her holiday. Being constantly on the move, she wanted to find a quiet spot to spend this special night camping. And she did. She found a secluded place and started setting up her camp. Let's take a look at what happened next.
Hi, buddy. We are here in High Alpine, Colorado, and it is a lot colder here than in southern Colorado. To be fair, I did choose to come to this location specifically because in the next couple of days, they are calling for a really significant snowstorm. And we really haven't had a lot of snow. And I'm really looking forward to a winter wonderland. It is Thanksgiving, and I'm gonna be cooking my Thanksgiving meal over the campfire. And, well, hi. Let's just say I haven't been exactly successful in this department, specifically on Thanksgiving. So I'm really curious to see if I'm able to make an edible meal this year. But if not, Pike and I are gonna have a good time and still enjoy it because there's a lot to be thankful for, and I am so excited and grateful to be here sharing this with you.
After Nat finished cooking, and judging by how quickly everything disappeared, it must have turned out great. She and Pike settled in for the night as darkness wrapped around the forest. Everything felt calm, almost perfect. But that calm vanished in an instant when the sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed above the trees right over their campsite. And from that moment on, things took a very unexpected turn for Nat. Let's continue.
I have no idea why there's a helicopter outside my camp. Like, if it was search and rescue, I feel like I would see flashlights and hear people like shouting and like setting up a base camp maybe. Oh my gosh, I think I hear another helicopter coming. A helicopter just landed right there. You can kind of see the flashing light. It's so loud and so close. I don't know what's going on. Knocked into my camp. Look at what just happened. This helicopter just flew in and knocked over everything. Oh my God. diesel everywhere. I hope my diesel heater didn't break. Like 2 helicopters just came in over my camp at tree line. So like, oh God, I'm going inside. They're flying off. Okay. They broke my heater. So I have absolutely no way to heat myself tonight because
Unfortunately for Nat, the helicopter flew so low that it caused some real damage. It broke her heater, her solar panel, and a few other essentials she relied on. And with no source of warmth on a cold night, she had no choice. Nat packed everything up and left the campsite right then and there. The good news is that both she and Pike were unharmed. The losses were only material. But without a doubt, this Thanksgiving will stay with her for a very long time. Still, there's something unsettling about it. Nat never found out what really happened. From what I know, helicopters usually fly that low only when searching for a missing person. But there could be other reasons as well. So tell me, what do you think caused that low flight? Make sure to drop your thoughts in the comments. I read every single one. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit the like button and share it with a friend who loves this kind of content. And if you're new here, consider subscribing. It's free, and it truly helps the channel grow, especially since more than 90% of viewers aren't subscribed yet. Also, tap the bell icon so YouTube actually notifies you whenever I upload something new. All right, back to the video. Gina is a true wanderer, a woman who finds peace in long roads, deep forests, and quiet places far from the noise of the world. On her channel, A Tiny Nomad, she documents this simple, beautiful nomadic life. But in today's clip, we see her in a very different situation. Gina rented a small cabin hidden deep within the forest, a place meant to be a peaceful retreat, a quiet escape surrounded by nature. Yet from the very beginning, something felt wrong. She sensed a strange uneasiness, a silent warning hanging in the air, even before anything actually happened. And unfortunately, her instincts were right. Let's take a look.
Oh, it's so cozy! I love it! Well, I've been laying in bed reading for like half an hour. Ugh. And I just heard this like loud knock. It came from the back of my cabin. And it scared me to the point I immediately jumped up and started looking all around the windows to see if I could like see an animal. I was like looking for maybe a bear, because there is bear around here, but I couldn't see anything. I mean, I can only see out the front of my cabin, but I'm just feeling like weird and like on edge now, especially since to get to like the kitchen in my car, I have to like, it's like a trek. I mean, when I say a trek, it's about a 5-minute walk outside of my cabin, but I have to completely walk through the woods. Like, I can't see my vehicle from here. Oh, God. It's just, like, weird that I heard that knock, because I was already having, like, creepy vibes yesterday. I didn't show this to you guys because I didn't want to like overreact. I don't know. I was like, who cares? But like now that happened, I'm like, there's like this camera on the porch and it looks weird. It looks old, but I just was like, why is that there? And then when I walked in the cabin I'll just show you guys instead of trying to explain. The first thing this says is, 1, camera on the porch is not active. I mean, I don't know. The camera definitely looks like it hasn't been used in a very long time, but it's like, why wouldn't they just take it off? Why is it there? It just adds to the creepiness of this place, in my opinion. I don't like it.
Now, I don't know about you, but whenever I get a strange feeling about a place, I pay attention to it. Instinct doesn't usually lie, especially in the middle of the woods. In Gina's case, we don't have the audio of the sound she claimed to hear, so technically, we can't confirm exactly what happened. But anyone who follows her knows this. Gina isn't the type to make up stories or post fake content for views, and that alone makes her experience even more unsettling. Then is this security camera? A camera that supposedly doesn't work, yet is still mounted there, still pointed at the cabin, still watching, for no apparent reason. And that raises a deeply disturbing question. If it doesn't work, why wasn't it removed? And if it does work, who is watching what happens in that cabin? That thought alone, that you might be filmed without your knowledge, makes this whole story 10 times more terrifying. Josh from the channel Josh the Intern is a true adventurer in every sense of the word. For him, exploring doesn't mean following a marked trail. It means scanning Google Maps for the most remote places he can find and heading straight toward them. This time, he discovered something remarkable. A plane crash site hidden deep in a mountain forest, a wreck that's been there since 1986. Without hesitation, he packed his gear and began the long climb through the mountains, determined to reach the crash site. But along the way, before he even got close to the wreckage, he stumbled upon something far more disturbing. Something that wasn't on any map. Let's take a look.
The path. It seemed to be the ruins of an old building, so I headed in for a closer look. But this is when I discovered something quite terrifying.
Someone definitely lives here. There's canned food. Someone definitely lives here. Maybe not all the time, but often enough, which is crazy, because this is really in ruins and in the middle of nowhere. Very creepy. Here's the dead end. Okay, this is really creepy. This is really creepy. There is photos of the same person up on the wall. Like this is a stalker's house or something. This is creepy. Oh, there's so many photos on the floor everywhere. This place is littered with the same photos of the same people. Look at all these photos. These are all photos of people. All photos of people on the floor. Tons of them. On the bed. I'm gonna get out of here. This is really creepy. I don't know why there's so many photos. That is one of the creepiest things I've ever found while hiking. Someone is living in there, and I think someone is stalking people.
As I headed out of the building, I also found a smaller structure just by it, and inside there was a bed along with what appeared to be rope.
After leaving that house, I feel like I'm being watched. All of a sudden feels very quiet and eerie around here. There's something really strange going on in these mountains, for sure.
The story doesn't end here. Josh decided that the right thing to do was to contact the authorities, so he did exactly that. Let's see what happened next.
Alright, hey everyone, I just wanted to come in at the end of the video and just say sorry for such a serious, creepy and sad video. I realized when editing this that it's very different to the style of my normal adventures, which is very fun and silly. The topics and areas that I went into in this video were just, were very serious, and so I didn't feel it'd be right to make a non-serious video. To give an update also on the location, now I am back in civilization. I have contacted the authorities. This was filmed a few months ago actually, so I contacted them. I sent them the location and photos of the area. I haven't heard anything back from them, so I'm not sure if there's been an investigation, but I've heard nothing more on that. But yeah, just so you know, I have contacted them, gave them all the information.
Unfortunately, we still don't have any official answers. No one knows what really happened out there. And that silence of the authorities, that's what makes the whole thing even more unsettling. Just think about the location. Deep in the mountains, far from any road, a place where no one should be wandering around. And those photographs, scattered everywhere, as if someone had been sitting there for a while, quietly, watching. Your mind immediately jumps to dark possibilities, too dark to even say out loud. And without any answers, all we're left with is the mystery that sticks with you. Paul, an experienced hiker from North Yorkshire, is the creator behind the channel Paul and a Pack. He spends much of his life on long-distance trails, and his most recent journey took him across the Pacific Crest Trail, from Mexico all the way to Canada. But when you spend that much time in the wilderness, you don't only find beauty. Sometimes you come across things that stay with you forever. His day started perfectly. Clear skies, great weather, nothing that hinted at what was coming. But soon after, everything changed. Paul stumbled upon something unexpected, something sad, and something that leaves you with a deep feeling of helplessness. Let's take a look.
Everything this morning just feels so fresh. It's absolutely beautiful. The temperature's great. The birds are out, all sorts of different birds that I've not heard before. There's a woodpecker just flying over the trail there. And there's this kind of cloud clinging to the lower ground. Because I'm quite low myself, I can't show you properly. But it's kind of like a big, thick, heavy cloud inversion. It looks really, really nice, just keep getting glimpses of it. And there's moisture just dripping off everything, off all the trees and all the plants. I know it wouldn't have been very nice to be out in it last night. I did see a few people I know that had been posting on Instagram that they were caught up in it. Someone's been busy there, making a pine cone heart.
The pine cone heart Paul found on the trail looked, at first, like a cute little detail. The kind of thing that lifts your spirits when you're hiking alone in the woods. But this time, it wasn't a good sign at all, because right after he walked past it, the atmosphere shifted. Everything became heavier, darker, as if that symbol was hiding something behind it. And what Paul discovers next wipes away any sense of calm he had moments before. Let's continue.
So I've just come from this direction, walking down this trail here, and to the side of me is this big volcanic feature. I'm going to guess it's either a sill or a dike. I can't remember the difference between them. But just through here on on some of the rocks. There seems to be a big pile of, it kind of looks like trash, but it also looks like it could be a sleeping bag. And I can't see anyone there. It's just a little bit strange, so I'm just going to have a wander in and make sure that there's nothing nasty going on. Hello? Oh my goodness me. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not sure if I've just found a body or not. Well, that was something I didn't expect at all. I've heard of it happening a couple of times on the trail this year so far, but I didn't think it would happen to me. I've just found somebody's remains at the side of the trail. And when I say the side of the trail, kind of like off that side of the trail, maybe 50 feet or so. I thought it was a pile of trash to start with, and I thought I would just go and investigate. When I got closer to it, it became obvious that it was the remains of a hiker.
The footage was blurred, and it's clear why. What Paul found on that trail isn't something anyone should see on screen. An experience like this changes the entire tone of your day. Because even if somewhere in the back of your mind, you know things like this can happen on long trails, your brain refuses to truly process it until you're standing right there. Based on Paul's description of the scene, it's very likely that the hiker was attacked by a wild animal during the night. A situation that sadly seems to have ended terribly. Paul contacted the authorities immediately, and the missing hiker's family was finally given at least a small piece of closure after something truly heartbreaking. Chase runs a YouTube channel where he shares pieces of his life, from nature outings to moments centered around music, his main passion. Together, these create Chase Floyd Inc., a channel that feels personal and authentic. But in the video we're about to see, Chase encounters something unusual, an experience that, according to him, suddenly made him feel sick and left him with sensations he couldn't quite explain. For a bit of context, Chase has a small remote area where he set up several trail cameras to observe wildlife. But on this particular day, something felt different. And it's best to let him tell the story himself. Let's take a look.
Okay, so today is April 25th, 2020, and I just ran down here with my camcorder because, as you can probably hear behind me, there's some audible howling and whooping noises that are going on, and it's been going on for a couple hours now. Probably around midnight or 1 o'clock last night, I started hearing these loud, it's like a whoop or a howl noises, and it went on for a couple of hours, and I wanted to come down during the night and see if I could get something on tape, but I was a little wary about doing that. So this morning, I usually get up around 4 o'clock, and I was eating my breakfast, and the noise kind of stopped for a while, but then it just started again, and every couple of minutes or so, or really even seconds, you can kind of hear that going on. So I ran down here with a camcorder to see if I could get it on tape. As you can probably see, it's raining a little bit right now, and we have that morning fog over there. It was raining pretty good the past couple of days here in the Floyd Field forests. There it is right there. I just heard it again.
Now that we have a bit more context about Chase's experience, things start to make more sense. But from this point on, everything becomes even stranger. Chase decides to head out on a short exploration, trying to track down the source of those unsettling sounds. Yet what he finds only leads him into an even more disturbing situation. Let's continue.
I don't want to waste any time here. I want to grab these and go. So I'm going to grab the SD card here from this trail camera. And then I'm going to get the other one. I think that was one right there. And if you recall, I set the apple trap right in here. It's gone. So up here in these mountains, that's definitely the direction that I was hearing things. Is that more scat? What is that? And yeah, I've heard a lot of calls in the woods in my day, but that was new. I've heard coyotes. I mean, I've heard a lot of sounds that I had never heard. There it was right there. I've never heard that before. I think I heard a knock that time too. Alright, so I'm just gonna go. That was it again. Right there, I just heard it again. Okay. Those are audible, unknown sounds that I'm hearing right now that could really be from some kind of Floyd Squatch type creature. Right now, I'm starting to get lightheaded, so I really don't feel good being down here. So I'm just gonna grab. I really don't feel good right now. So I'm just gonna grab the trail camera and get out of here.
From the footage, it's clear that Chase is starting to feel worse by the minute. His breathing becomes heavier. He mentions feeling dizzy, and his vision starts to shake. Symptoms that are just as concerning for him as they are for us watching. Let's see how his story unfolds, and what might have caused this reaction.
This is freaking me out. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab the other trail camera. I feel like I'm gonna fall over. What was that? That was like a growl. Okay. I'm just gonna grab the trail camera and I'm gonna get out of here. I can't. I just heard the growl again. I don't feel good. My head is really starting to hurt. That was the move right there. There's something up in those mountains that's making this noise. And I don't know what it is. Okay, really, I didn't bring any weapons or anything. So really, that was one right there. I don't really feel safe being here. I'm just gonna get out of here. What is that right there?
Now that we've seen the full clip, we can also look at Chase's own interpretation of what happened. In the video description, he mentions believing he was attacked by a supernatural force, something associated with Sasquatch. Personally, I'm not very versed in that lore, but my impression is that someone may have played a prank on him. And there is a clue. One of his trail cams captured a person wearing full camouflage gear hidden among the trees. As for his physical reaction, that part feels completely real. Rapid breathing, dizziness, and heightened anxiety can easily set in when you're alone in the woods, and unexpected sounds start echoing around you. Under stress, even ordinary events can feel overwhelming. If this truly was a prank that Chase didn't know about, then someone executed it very effectively, because his reaction was strong and genuine. So tell me, what do you think really happened? Do you agree with his interpretation, or have you experienced something similar yourself? Imagine driving at night on a narrow road through the forest, just you, the car, and your headlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, on the side of the road, you see a person moving strangely, unnaturally, like they don't belong there. What do you do in that moment? Do you stop? Or do you keep driving? That's exactly what happened to a TikTok user named Pissed Pasta while she was driving with her boyfriend down a dark forest road. Let's take a look.
What the fuck?
Stop. No,
Stop.
I'm not. No. Hell no.
What the fuck, dude?
Bro. They were soaked.
Okay. There she is. There she is. There she is.
Bro, what the fuck? See? That was it. That was it. She's crying.
After circling the area for a moment, they decided to stop a little farther up the road. They had no idea whether the woman was dangerous or if she was the one in danger. They called the police right away and reported the situation. And when officers arrived, they uncovered something unsettling. The woman had been reported missing. She'd been abducted and dumped into the river. We learned the same thing from the comments under the video, where people confirmed that she was found in time, rescued, and taken straight to the hospital. But the story isn't over yet, because there's a second part, filmed just after sunrise. Let's take a look.
Yep, she had to have come up out of the water. Yep, there's a dig spot there. So she came up from down there. That's had to have been why she was so wet. This was the spot that she had left. I don't know why or what was going on.
The second part of the video takes place before they learn the truth about that horrific incident. But it reveals something truly remarkable. The sheer strength this woman had, dragging herself from the river all the way to the edge of the road, fighting for her life. And when you think back to those strange movements she made earlier in the clip, two unsettling possibilities come to mind. Either she was praying, instinctively thanking the fact that she was still alive, or those were the involuntary responses of someone in deep emotional shock. What do you think really happened? Jenna Alexis is another true camping enthusiast, the kind of person who isn't afraid to head out alone, just her and the forest. But this time, she pushed things even further. She went for a full bushcraft experience. No tent, no real shelter, just a tarp, a pillow, and whatever instincts she had. The day started peacefully. She found a perfect spot, set up her little camp, and expected a quiet night in nature. But out in the wilderness, everything can change in an instant. And for Jenna, that moment came fast. Let's take a look.
We don't have any wind or rain or anything on the forecast, so this should work just fine. This is it from the inside.
Want to get her all cozy in there. I'm not even taking the time to pack up nicely because I just want to get out of here. Okay, goodbye to the campsite that once almost was. I don't think I left anything. Barely got everything in my bag because I didn't like fold everything properly. I'm just trying to get out of here. I have half my stuff in my food bag.
I know what you might think, that her reaction was just for views. But her channel isn't built on fake drama, and if you look closely at her face, at the fear in her voice, you can tell this was real. Out in the forest, at night, with no tent and no real protection, your instincts are all you have. And ignoring them is usually the fastest way to get into serious trouble. Jenna made the right call by leaving. Because the idea that someone might be watching you, checking on you, making sure you're still there, that's the kind of situation that can turn dangerous very fast. Some people are strange. Some have no sense of boundaries. And some have far darker intentions. What do you think really happened out there? Christina is the kind of person who lives and breathes the outdoors. Her YouTube channel is filled with hiking trips, cozy campsites, and quiet moments in nature. Nothing out of the ordinary for someone who loves the wilderness. But hidden among her videos is one that stands out. An older clip that went viral for a very specific reason. It contains the most terrifying experience she has ever had. And what makes it even more disturbing is that Christina actually has photographic evidence to prove what happened. It all begins on a warm summer day when she and a group of friends set off on a section of the Pacific Crest Trail, specifically the John Muir Trail in California. As the day goes on, the group splits up. Christina and one friend continue on their own, planning to spend the night at a designated campsite. And that is where the story takes a very dark turn. Let's take a look.
But it was on the side of the trail, so we were a little bit exposed to the other people who were passing us on the trail. So we both had separate tents. We would set up our tents right next to each other, so we were within kind of like talking distance, but we weren't actually in the same tent. We go to sleep, everything is going just fine for the majority of the night, and then at, I want to say around 5 o'clock in the morning, I see a light outside my tent. So like I assumed it was my friend, and so I kind of like just wait and listen, and I hear footsteps with the light, and you know, maybe my friend's just going pee outside, like maybe it's I'm freaking out for no reason. So then the footsteps start slowly walking around my tent with the light shining into my tent. So I'm like, okay, like there has to be like a logical explanation for this, like trying to stay sane. And later I was talking to my friend, she said she was doing the exact same thing in her tent, like hoping that it was me walking around and trying not to freak out that she was about to get murdered. It was probably a few minutes, but it felt like a half hour. Like it felt so long, I was so frightened. And so I hear the footsteps get closer, closer, closer to my tent. And then they stop at the outside of my tent, right at the door. So there's someone standing in front of my door. finally, like, I just can't take it any longer. I'm just sitting in my tent, like, getting freaked out, and I decide to unzip my tent. Like, I'm just gonna face whatever this is head on. So I unzip my tent. There is pretty much my worst fears realized. There is a man I do not know standing outside of my tent, staring at me. In the meantime, my friend is sitting in her tent, and she hears the tent unzip from me unzipping it, and she thinks that he's unzipping my tent trying to get in. So I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jack. And I say, okay, like, why are you here? Silent. He doesn't say anything. So Jack kind of stares at me, and he just gives me like the creepiest look. I say, like, well, what are you doing? Like, what? Like, we're sleeping here, you know? Trying to act aggressive still, even though I'm like terrified in the meantime, and I'm like holding my tent stakes, like ready to stab him. You know, he kind of just seemed like he was like in a daze. Like, he just said, oh, I thought this was my friend's tent. But like, he had his backpack on. Like, even why would he think this random tent on the side of the trail is his friend's tent? And even if he did, why would he try to get into it at 5 a.m. in the morning and creepily walk slowly around all the tents in the meantime? So I was like, yeah, your friends aren't here. And then I zipped up my tent and then hid in my sleeping bag and hoped that he would go away. So then I heard the footsteps slowly walking away from the tent, and I figured, like, okay, I'm gonna be safe. So then I wake up the next morning and I talk to my friend, and I'm like, oh my god, I unzip her tent. I'm like, oh my god, like, what happened last night? Like, that was so scary. We swapped stories and we thought we were safe. We look behind our tent and Jack is sleeping on the ground behind our tent. He didn't even set up his tent. He's just sleeping on the ground behind our tent. So we kind of go up to him thinking, like, maybe it was all some big misunderstanding this whole time. And we say, like, what are you doing? Were you looking for your friends? He goes, ha ha ha. Yeah, looking for my friends. Gets his backpack on and keeps walking down the trail.
I don't know about you, but camping in a tent already comes with its own risks. And that's when you're not completely alone. But imagine being just two women deep in the woods in the middle of the night. And at 5 in the morning, a strange man suddenly approaches your tent. That's the kind of moment that makes your pulse skyrocket before your mind even understands what's happening. And what follows is even more unsettling. The next morning, they found the same man sleeping on the ground just a few steps away from their tent. Personally, I think he was drunk or under the influence of something, because every other possibility is far, far worse. Restless Wanderer backpacking is usually a peaceful channel, full of hiking trips, backpacking adventures, and quiet evenings spent out in the wild. Simple, calm, beautiful content. But buried among those relaxing videos, there's one that stands out. A video that shouldn't exist. Because this time, it's not about landscapes or trails. It's about something that shook them. A night when the calm of the forest turned into fear. A night their entire family went through something difficult to explain. And the most important part? It's not just a story told after the fact. They captured it. There's actual footage from that night. Let's hear their story, and then see what really happened.
By a four-wheeler driving by our tent. Now, just so you know, the Rampart Range is where off-road vehicles go to play. On one side of that road, there's trails for four-wheelers and dirt bikes. You just typically don't have them driving by at 3 or 4 in the morning like this. So, 4 in the morning, this thing just goes by our tent. And we woke up. I mean, it woke us from our sleep, but we laid back down to go back to sleep. No big deal, right? Then about 15, 20 minutes later, and when you're sleeping in a tent with your kids, guys, this is like the worst fear you're ever going to have, but that four-wheeler comes all the way back up. And it stops right next to our tent. So now that my wife and I are sitting at alert, all we hear from outside is, F this, mother F this, I'll fight every F'er out here, da. Angry, drunk yelling from right outside of our tent, feet away. Now my wife at this point, she says, hey, we've got kids. Just letting them know. We didn't get an apology for, hey, sorry we woke you up, sorry something's going on. All we got is, we got kids too, yelled back at us. And more angry cursing. So my wife and I kind of get up and we're listening to what's going on.
Come on! Give mom the phone. No, here, give inside.
And these people are arguing and kind of walking right through our camp now. It's two people. There's a male and a female, both drunk, and now walking through our camp.
The father tried to reason with them, to explain, to keep things calm, especially with the kids right behind him. But the man who had invaded their space didn't take it well. He grew aggressive, fast. So the father did what he had to do. He stepped back, de-escalated, and focused on protecting his children. But the situation didn't end there, because just a few minutes later, the drunken couple came back. Let's continue.
Come on! Here, give mom the phone. No, here, give us. I should give one. Yeah, no. They're 2 miles away. I know. I told you. I hate shit like that. Me too. Yeah. Listen, I give them a ride 2 miles here, and they'll be done. Okay? They can hurt you. They're not gonna hurt me, okay? I'll just hands cover bits. They can turn you. Where's my keys? I have no idea. Are they leaving? What time is it? It's 4:30. No, Scott. They can harm you. Give me the note and harm me. Honestly, okay? Dad, let's just stay here. Let's stay here. Hold on. Scott?
The video cuts off abruptly, but we do know one thing. The family walked away safely. No violence, no injuries, no tragedy. Still, in those few moments, everything felt unsolvable. You could hear the fear in the wife's voice, in her breathing, in the way she tried to understand whether those people meant harm or simply didn't realize what they were doing. And the father? He held the line. He didn't raise his voice, didn't lash out, didn't reach for the firearm he had with him. He chose calm, and that choice made all the difference. I'm glad the night ended only as a bad memory, and nothing worse. Campion is a young creator just starting out on YouTube. His videos are calm and simple, ASMR-style camping, with rain, birds, and the quiet sounds of the forest. But right from the beginning, he experienced something he never expected. An encounter that could have easily cost him his life. On a day marked by heavy rain, Campion headed into the woods, found a quiet spot, set up his tent, and took shelter from the storm, hoping for a peaceful night. But that peace didn't last long. Let's take a look. After setting up everything he needed for the night, Campion began settling in. He lit the small wood stove, placed a few logs inside, and the fire started crackling softly in the quiet shelter. He lay down beside it, listening to the rain, and for a few minutes, everything felt calm. But that calm didn't last, because in the very next moment, everything escalated fast. Let's continue. The stove exploded. Not suddenly, not without a cause. If you watch the footage closely, you can see the mistake. Campion had left a gas igniter inside the upper compartment of the stove, right above the fire. A small oversight, but enough to turn the whole setup into a pressure bomb. When it finally gave way, the flames shot outward with force. If he hadn't stood up at that exact second, the outcome could have been very different. He walked away with a few burns on his arm and a destroyed tent worth thousands of dollars. But most importantly, he walked away alive. If you ever go camping with a wood stove, be careful where you place anything that contains gas. Sometimes, a tiny mistake can turn into a massive danger. But what do you think? Was this just a mistake, or was it intentional for getting views? Next clip was filmed in 2009 in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, a place deeply marked by history and loss. Many believe the area still carries a strong emotional imprint of those who died there, a presence that's difficult to put into words. Beyond what's captured in this video, countless people in the comments share similar experiences. Some claim they've felt the same thing in that very location, while others point to theories of residual energy, emotional echoes left behind by traumatic events. Let's take a look at what was captured. Of course, this clip could be staged. Even back in 2009, video editing software was advanced enough to create convincing effects. But what makes this case intriguing is the reaction in the comments. Many people describe experiencing the same thing in the same location. And the idea that so many individuals coordinated to tell the exact same story feels unlikely. If we start from that perspective, another question naturally arises. Perhaps the events that took place there were so intense that they left behind more than memories. Maybe what we're seeing isn't a traditional apparition, but something closer to residual traces. Echoes of lives lost, lingering in a place that never truly let them go. It's only an interpretation, but one worth considering. The next clip comes from a security camera belonging to someone who appears to have a small cabin near the edge of a forest. A quiet, isolated place where every movement feels different once night falls. One evening, he notices something among the trees, a figure that seems to be watching him. Unsure of what it is, and assuming it might be someone trespassing with bad intentions, he steps outside to make his presence known, hoping to scare whoever or whatever is there away. But what the cameras capture next is far more unsettling than he expected. Let's take a look. What makes this clip truly unsettling is what happens next. After the man turns back toward his house, two glossy eyes appear between the tree branches, reflecting light at a surprisingly high level. Logically speaking, it's hard to believe this was a person. Human eyes don't reflect light like that on camera, and their position rules out anything small in size. Even more disturbing is the man's reaction. Instead of retreating, he runs straight toward whatever is out there, trying to scare it off. A decision that may have put him in real danger. And judging by what we see, it doesn't seem like his attempt was successful. So the question remains, what do you think was moving through the darkness of that forest? Hunt your way. As the name suggests, the channel mainly features hunting content. However, what follows is a very different kind of situation. Several years ago, the man in this video purchased a piece of land deep in the forest, hoping to enjoy nature together with his family. They cleared the area, organized the space, and eventually brought in a camper where they spent evenings and weekends. Everything seemed perfect, peaceful, quiet, isolated. But after a few years, problems began to surface. Issues serious enough to completely change how they felt about that place. Let's see what happened.
Then we started noticing some vehicles pulling in the driveway. We didn't have a gate up at that time, so there was 2 or 3 different vehicles that we noticed pulling in the driveways. So we threw up a bunch of cameras. So then we had our first break-in. As you can see from the pictures, they knocked our window out, the side window, and was able to pop the screen, reach around, jimmy the door, get the door open. But as you can tell, they tried to pry it open first, it looks like, before they busted the window out. Went in the camper, completely ransacked it, went through everything. Same with the sheds. They ripped the door off, the locks off, completely went through the shed, cleaned everything out. Anything that had value down there, they got. So this video footage here, I've actually held on to for quite a while, since last year. As you're going to see, there's snow on the ground. I had the sheriffs come out. They took a report, gathered up evidence, and that was pretty much about the last that I heard from them. I followed up a few weeks later. This was all during COVID, and I kept getting the excuse that COVID was going on. It was slowing everything down, and then I just stopped getting the return phone calls when I left messages and trying to reach out. So it went absolutely nowhere. So yeah, I decided, hey, I'm going to put this footage out there for you guys to see, and maybe it'll help somebody else out. We're going to go ahead and roll this video here. I'm put it in slow motion here so we can talk about it. So as you can see, he's kind of creeping up here to the door. He kind of goes past the door and kind of looks, I'm assuming, to make sure there's no vehicles or anything on down the driveway. Goes up there, gives the old handle a pull. Obviously the door's locked. Then he goes over to where you can see the window I have taped to where it was broke out before. Starts peeling on that tape. That must have evidently took too long, because then next thing you know, he tries to actually pry the window open, which he does get it open enough to put his arm through there. And I have put the screen back in there at this time, so you can see there he actually pops that screen out of the way, reaches around there to the door handle, and he's able to get that door unlatched. Okay, so by now at this point here, we were smart enough not to leave really anything of any true value in the camper there. So the video, you can see him coming out. I'm going to slow-mo it as well. You can see he's running with something coming out the door, and that would actually be an old 10-year-old heater that we had in there, electric heater, that he helped himself to. And there he goes running back down the driveway.
If you thought this was where it ended, unfortunately, it wasn't. For the man in this clip, the situation became even more frustrating, especially since, for a long period of time, the police took no action. And that's despite the fact that video evidence had already been submitted. But beyond the lack of response, the problems didn't stop there. They continued and became increasingly difficult to ignore. Let's see what happens next.
All right, hey, we just got back down to the property. Pulled in the driveway here, it's all ice. Got the car stuck, that's gonna be fun, but come down here to do a few things. We'll talk about that here soon, but as you can see, our thief's been back. He pulled up the tape there, and I've already actually went in the camper, and look, he left something this time. Left his knife. So, as soon as I get out of here, I'm gonna go call the sheriff, see if he can come down. I really hope they're gonna fingerprint this knife, because that's all we need to catch this guy. And I believe I know who it is, and I believe he's already in the court system, and he should already have his fingerprints on file. So all they got to do is get a print from that. It'd be pretty simple to match up. So let's hope they go the extra mile for me and get that thing fingerprinted, and we can get this guy. So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Unfortunately, I couldn't find any video providing a clear update on the situation, and the story ends here. It's incredibly frustrating when someone trespasses on your property, even more so when they keep coming back to steal. And despite having evidence, nothing can be done. One possible solution would have been to stay overnight in the camper, for several nights even, to wait and try to catch the thief in the act. But as we've seen, the individual was carrying a knife. And in a situation like that, things could have escalated quickly, resulting in serious injury or even death. It's also frustrating that the police took no action for a long period of time. What I can say, however, is that the man and his family eventually built a house on that land. In one way or another, the situation was resolved, calmly and through lawful means. But I'll ask you this: how would you have reacted in a situation like this? Steve Wallace is one of the most well-known camping enthusiasts, someone who lives for the outdoors, camping in all seasons and across countless locations in Canada. Over time, he's also become famous for another style of adventure: stealth camping, using clever techniques to remain unnoticed. That approach helped him build a massive community of viewers who appreciate his calm, authentic style and follow every new upload. This time, however, Steve takes on a much riskier challenge: stealth camping in winter, on snow, at the edge of a forest, and most importantly, on private property. A location like this leaves no room for mistakes. Footprints are impossible to hide, and a single wrong move can reveal everything. Before anything unfolds, let's take a closer look at where Steve sets up camp and how he tries to conceal his location to avoid being discovered.
Look at this behind here, it's just perfect. Just following in a little game trail here. There's been a little bit of activity, but not much. Wanting to avoid the main walking trail, for obvious reasons. But despite how dark it looks, it's only like 5 p.m. and in these neighborhoods I don't want to go in too early because there's like still kids playing and stuff, and you know, the sun sets at 4:20. The days are finally getting longer, long last. I want to be a little bit further away. I think we're getting to where we need to be. This spot should do just fine. Far enough away from the houses, but still close enough to the road.
After finding what seems like the perfect spot, Steve quickly sets up his camouflage gear. He prepares an area for cooking, makes space to sit down, and eventually a place to sleep for the night. So far, everything appears to be going according to plan. The camp is hidden, the area is quiet, and Steve allows himself to relax, cracking open a beer and waiting for time to pass. But it's right at that moment, when his guard is down and everything feels under control, that the problems begin. Let's continue.
First things first, of course, before I order any Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or DoorDash or any of those things, to crack a step 2. Not overly festive, it's just a beer, but that's okay because I've got some eggnog for later, so that's going to be a really nice treat. Flashlight. I think he called the cops. Packing up. Blood pumping. Okay. I haven't seen, but I'm getting in there.
This time, Steve's plan didn't work. Even though stealth camping usually goes smoothly for him, on this occasion, he was spotted. Rather than risking a fine, assuming someone had already contacted the authorities, Steve makes the right call and decides to leave. And honestly, it was the smartest move. A fine would have been the least serious outcome. Camping on private property can quickly escalate, from police involvement to possible detention, or even a direct confrontation with the landowner. And situations like that can spiral into something far more serious. For a single night of camping, the risk simply isn't worth it. Sometimes the smartest decision is knowing when to pack up and walk away. We head over to the channel Bearded Excursions and Outdoors, where Don shares his outdoor adventures, from hiking and camping to off-road vehicle explorations on challenging trails. This time, we see Don out camping with his dog. The first night goes perfectly. Everything is calm, quiet, and exactly as planned. No issues, no tension, just nature and peace. The next day, however, Don moves on to a new location. Once there, he sets up camp, organizes his gear, and prepares for another relaxing day, confident that everything is under control. But as it often happens in the wilderness, things don't always go according to plan. Let's see what happens next.
When I pulled into the campground, there was one truck already here, and they pulled off and they left whenever I got here and parked, but I don't know if they were just kind of checking out the area too, or if they were doing some fishing. I don't know, but let's see what we can scout out here. Real pretty shaded area back here. Cool area. I've already got it marked. I don't know that it's one of these that I'm just like, I'm just dying to get out there. The river's just got so much debris in it. Don't even know if it'd be good to fish. Maybe around some of the debris piles, but I think we're just going to keep on exploring. Really nice. The high right now is only like 85. I think the high today is 87 total, and it's supposed to start getting a lot cooler tonight. So anyway, that's kind of our plans for the rest of the day.
Don hoped the rest of the day would stay just as peaceful, a day spent enjoying nature and the company of his dog. But after a while, a strange sense of unease begins to creep in, not suddenly, and not without reason. Let's see what happened.
So, just had a couple of visitors, a couple guys, locals from the area, said they grew up here, and they used to spend a lot of time just kind of hanging and chilling, swimming in the old pond here, and talked with them for a little bit. Super nice guys, and they left, and not 10 minutes after they left, law enforcement shows up, and they said, "Hey, has there been a lot of activity out here? When did you get here?" I said, "Well, I got here, last night. No activity, just a couple of guys that just left here not too long ago." And he said, "Yeah, we saw him." He goes, "Okay." He looked around everything inside my tent, the Jeep, all that stuff. And I don't know, he was probably just doing his job. He's nice enough too, but I don't know. Just a little unsettling. I don't know. I'm like, is this a safe area? Is it safe? Did I just luck out last night? I don't know. It doesn't give me a good feeling in my stomach. So I wonder if I should go ahead and call it a wrap and head back. I don't know. It was just a little off. It just kind of set me off a little bit.
After carefully assessing the situation and listening to his instincts, Don decided it was better to head home rather than stay with that lingering sense of unease. At first glance, nothing seemed truly alarming, and the officer could have simply been doing his job. Still, sometimes it's best to trust your gut, and that's exactly what Don did. But it does raise a question. Was it a wise decision, or was he being overly cautious? Did he do the right thing, or did fear get the better of him? What do you think about this situation? Erlo Brown is the kind of creator who posts a wide variety of videos on his YouTube channel. Among them, there's one that seems fairly ordinary. Erlo heading into the South African jungle to find the perfect spot to place a trail camera. So far, nothing unusual. As he walks along a narrow path rarely used by people, carefully scouting the area, Erlo believes he's completely alone. But that sense of calm doesn't last long, because within seconds, what was supposed to be a simple outdoor task turns into the shock of his life. Let's see what happened.
I think we have found a perfect place to place the trail camera. So this trail running along here is literally the only entrance and exit for this entire valley, and you can see it's very narrow, so it's very easy to funnel the animals in one spot. You know exactly where they'll be walking. It's very dense around here, so I guess animals can walk wherever they want. They don't need the trail, but I'm almost 100% convinced we'll catch some animals on this trail. Just look at how nice that is. I just have to find a good spot to place the camera. I'm not too concerned about people finding the camera. This trail isn't used a lot because it's just a one-way. It's not a through-way. So maybe a tree. I reckon this tree could maybe work. Although that's going to be very obvious. Maybe if we find something that's a little bit further into the tree line, so it's better hidden, this could perhaps work. I have no idea what that was. That was not an animal. I think I'm gonna leave.
I can almost guarantee that very few of you would have guessed what that sound actually was. Honestly, it never even crossed my mind. It's obvious that Erlo was absolutely terrified, and I don't blame him at all. In his place, I would have run instantly without thinking twice. But to keep things short, it turns out the sound he heard wasn't natural. It wasn't an animal. It was an artificial noise designed to scare baboons away. A loud scream played on a large speaker, installed by locals to keep wildlife at a distance. Something Erlo later confirmed in a comment on his own video. And as he puts it himself, he doesn't know if it works on baboons, but it definitely worked on him. He ran away as fast as he could. The next clip was filmed around 12 years ago, approximately 9 miles west of Tunica, on a private hunting property. We know the time was around 6 p.m., and the man was sitting in wait, hunting wild hogs. He was moving slowly through dense forest, paying close attention to his surroundings. Then something caught his eye. A large shape, dark in color, a black mass that didn't seem to belong there. That's when he decides to pull out his camera and start recording. Let's see what he managed to capture. That was definitely not a man in a costume. The sheer strength shown while breaking pieces off the tree, and the moment the figure rises onto 2 legs, are key details in understanding the size and power of whatever was captured. The cameraman's reaction says everything. The fear in his voice and the speed at which he retreats once the creature stands up show just how tense and real that moment was. I did some research, and there are no recognized species of large apes living in the swamps of Minnesota, or anywhere else in the state. The person who uploaded the video also stated that what he filmed was a skunk ape, a creature often associated with Bigfoot or Sasquatch. I don't know about you, but this footage makes me think twice about what might be hiding behind all these stories. Especially since the upload date can be verified, and 12 years ago, advanced AI footage like this didn't exist. What do you think? Is this clip real or not? We head over to a channel called Oreo Speedwagon, where a couple documents their life living and traveling in a van. As they describe it themselves, they spend a large part of their lives on the road, exploring, camping, and staying close to nature. Over the years, they've seen many things in the wilderness, some of which they admit were genuinely frightening. One important detail stands out though. Their channel isn't focused on horror or scary content. Most of what they share is peaceful, nature-based footage from life on the road, which makes it all the more interesting that recently, they've started talking about things that truly unsettled them. In this clip, the couple is camping in a forest, hoping for a few quiet, relaxing days. But that peace is suddenly broken by a sound neither of them can identify. Let's see how it unfolds.
Been very quiet, very normal feeling. And since everyone's left except us, it's felt different. And I don't know how to explain that. It has felt more, it's almost felt oppressive, and I don't really care for that. You know, and obviously we're not a paranormal channel. We're not a spooky crap channel. It's just not what we do. We're van life. So I was listening to a football game in the van. The window was up because it's chilly. And it sounded like I heard something scream down here. Could have been a bobcat or whatever. I don't know. Who knows? You know. I'm not the kind, though, to just sit and wonder what it is. It's just not in my nature. And Badger was outside a while ago. And he seems okay now. But a while ago, there were 2 specific areas. And they're actually back off over here somewhere that he was staring at. And his ears would pop up. So, you know, there's deer out here. There's all kinds of stuff. So I'm not a worrier. But it is just so quiet. Like you can't hear anything. So what got in there a pretty good ways, didn't see anything. I don't know what I heard. It almost sounded like I don't want to say a roar, because then people are going to start thinking, well, I'm thinking it's something else. I don't know what it is, but it was almost like best description I have of it is, it sounded like, and don't laugh when I say this, the T-Rex in Jurassic Park.
Now that we have a bit of context straight from one of them, it becomes easier to understand what comes next. Because beyond their reactions, the couple actually managed to capture some of these sounds on camera. Deep, unsettling roars that felt completely out of place. Sounds they couldn't identify. Sounds that didn't belong there. Let's continue and hear what the 2 of them experienced.
Can you hear this? Yeah, I do not know what that, I don't know what that was. So we've been sitting here for about 45 minutes, I don't know, 40 minutes. Rachel, I told her I'd been hearing something. She was asleep and didn't hear anything. So she wanted to hear, she wanted to know if she could hear something. So we've been sitting here, except the wind is down. Have you heard anything? Mm-mm. No, there's nothing out here. Maybe so. So when we sit in the van at night and it's chilly, homeboy just says, "No, I'm out." Sits under the heater and just chills. I don't blame him though, because it can get chilly in here. Yeah. Can y'all hear the? Well, they are getting it, aren't they? I hope it's showing up.
They're close.
Yeah, let me open this. Why'd they stop all of a sudden?
The first sounds they heard definitely don't seem to be coyotes. I can't say for sure what it was. Most likely some kind of animal. But at the same time, you can't completely rule out something more unusual. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, you never really know. What's clear is that they're familiar with coyotes because they don't react in fear at first. What truly unsettles them is something else. The fact that the howling suddenly stops and is replaced by absolute silence. A dead silence. Unfortunately, we don't have an answer to what made those initial sounds, and we probably never will. But because of that, I'd love to hear your stories. Have you ever heard strange sounds in the woods, the mountains, or other remote places? Blot Outdoors Show is a YouTube channel dedicated to camping, food reviews, and, as the creator himself says, good company over a glass of whiskey. The man behind the channel often heads out into nature, and that's exactly what we see here. In the footage, he's relaxing in a forest, specifically Heartwood Forest. He's calm, enjoying a beer. The sky is overcast, but the weather is warm enough for him to stay in just a t-shirt. After finishing his drink and organizing his gear near the tent, he decides it's the perfect time for a short walk through the forest. And so, he sets off. Let's see what happens next.
I'll give you a look at all my shite. My jacket's still wet. I was sweating coming in. That should dry out. Good old Van Gogh Orion. Just in case it gets cold later on, I've got some down trousers and down slippers in there. Bag of you, all my rubbish. Loads of room in there for me. And I'm going to eat well tonight, mandingos. I've got the usual chorizo, peppered salami. I've got myself a couple of Cornish pasties. Got me pansexual there for burgers for later. Aberdeen Angus burgers, ketchup, plenty of coffees. Got some sausages in the morning. Absolutely class. I've just set my seat up over here, just in case anyone's walking past later on and they're looking up in this direction. I've got this totally blocking us. So I reckon I've got about an hour and a half, 2 hours before it's dark. So rather than just sitting there drinking, I'm going to go for a little wander, see what's kicking about. I may be able to see a better spot to camp, so when I come again later on in the year, I'll know there's a better spot. We'll have a mooch about and we'll see what's about. This is not a bad little spot. It's on a little bit of a slope, but it's nice and grassy. To be honest, everywhere I've seen so far is no better than what we've already got. I'll go up a little bit further here and then I'll turn back.
After a short exploration of the surrounding area, capturing a few shots and enjoying the quiet, he decides it's time to head back to the tent. Evening is starting to settle in, and in the forest, once darkness approaches, it's always better to stay close to your campsite. But when he's back at the tent, things are a bit different. Let's see.
But I came back and here we are. I was thinking, hey, why are you some professional camper? Can't even find your tent. Hey, what the fuck's happened here? What the fuck's this? It's me fucking... Fucking hell, man. It's fucking strange. 2 fucking, sorry for the language guys, 2 Cornish pasties and meat's gone.
It appears that something, or someone, went through his campsite. Some of the food was eaten and his belongings were disturbed. The obvious question is, who or what did this and why? If it was a wild animal, the explanation would be simple. It would have smelled food and acted on instinct. But everything was properly sealed. The scent shouldn't have traveled far, meaning the animal would have had to come extremely close. There's also a far more unsettling possibility. It could have been another person passing through the area while he was gone. They ate what they could, and may have taken the rest. But that raises another question. Why leave the alcohol behind? It was right there. Unfortunately, we never get a clear answer. Even the man himself can't figure out what happened. And yet, he still chooses to spend the night in the forest. Mo Sargi is a well-known YouTube creator. Alongside his main channel, he also runs another one focused on his life with his family. Some time ago, Mo purchased a piece of forested land, hoping to enjoy nature in peace with those close to him. But during one visit, he noticed something unsettling. On his property, deer hunters had built several makeshift hunting blinds, without permission, without consent. Mo walks the land, documents each illegal spot, and notes their locations, gathering clear evidence. Once finished, he returns to the small cabin he built on the property. The plan was simple. Split some firewood and start a fire inside. Everything seemed calm again. But as is often the case, things don't always go according to plan. Let's see what happens next.
Oh man. That was probably the dumbest thing that's ever happened to me. I just literally, I think I broke my nose maybe, I don't know. I just I knocked myself out. Never done that before. That's the first in my life. Holy shit. I literally, I dropped right here. You can see my butt sitting on the skid. So, I literally tried to cut some wood. I grabbed one of these just pieces of kindling that I have here and literally put it right here and broke it just like that. That's what I usually do. The one that I was breaking was a little bit thicker than this and had nails coming out of it, and which is fine. I always break those sized ones, whatever. Somehow it caught me off guard. When I kicked it to break it, it flew up and the nail end got me right in the nose, but also in the eye and the face. The stick hit me in the eye and the face, or on the head. I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. And it just dropped me. I've never, it dropped me, you guys. Holy shit. My head hurts. I'm contemplating whether I should go to the hospital or not, because that was a really bad hit. And I probably got it on that camera. Oh my god, let's rewatch that footage. Good morning. Welcome back to another vlog. What an interesting way to start this day, man. So my nose is, I don't know if it's broken or maybe it's just very sore because that hit me really hard. It doesn't look crooked or anything, but that hit that I just took was just really, really bad. And my teeth hurt, my gums hurt, my head hurts, and my eyeball hurts. But I'm going to stick around. I got lots of work to do. A snowstorm is coming, so I'm going to stick around here today to make sure it's all clean here. But if my condition gets worse, I'm definitely going to leave, that's for sure.
Fortunately, Mo wasn't seriously injured, and his condition didn't worsen. Still, it would have been wise for him to visit the hospital for a tetanus shot. Injuries involving rusty objects should never be ignored. He was also lucky. The nail didn't hit his eye. Had it happened, the outcome could have been far worse, even permanent vision loss. Sometimes it's these seemingly ordinary activities that turn dangerous, especially when you least expect something to go wrong while doing a simple, routine task. This moment reminded me of a personal experience. When my father and I were splitting wood, and the head of the axe flew off, landing dangerously close to us. It taught me one simple lesson. Always stay alert, no matter how harmless the activity may seem, because you never really know. The channel Tay the Outdoorsman, with a short clip filmed at night during a hunting trip with dogs. At first, nothing feels out of the ordinary. Two hunters are navigating the terrain by following the sounds made by their dogs, trying to reach the animal they're tracking. To get there, they have to move through a dense forest, thick with bushes and limited visibility. A place where every step matters. But on their way through the woods, things take a sudden and dangerous turn. An unexpected and nearly fatal incident forces them to realize just how quickly a routine night hunt can turn into a life-threatening situation. Let's see what happened.
I mean, see what we can do. Push through. Take my gun, Cecil. Never mind, I got it. I got it. Ouch. See, this one I don't. Hold on, wait a minute, Cecil. Probably minding his business. Dang, Cecil, shine your light on me. Yeah. I'm trying not to get cut. I got both my hands occupied right now. Cecil, I got my hands stuck.
Put the phone up.
No. I refuse. Hold on. There we go, guys. Oh, man, right here. Okay. Say shine on me. You see? You did something clean.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Going down this.
Leave here again.
Hold on, bro. I can't see. There we go. Oh, she in some thick stuff, Cecil. This might be a bear lane right here. Yeah. Cecil.
Dude. That gun just fired. I didn't even pull the trigger.
At one point, one of the rifles discharges on its own, without anyone touching the trigger. An incredibly dangerous situation, especially with such limited visibility. The weapon could have been pointed at either one of them. One wrong position, and this moment could have turned fatal. For a few seconds, everything stops. The two hunters calm themselves, realizing they're unharmed, fully aware of how close they came to disaster. Surprisingly, they decide to keep going. The dogs continue barking relentlessly, and instead of bringing clarity, the night only grows heavier. Let's continue.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Aim it straight up.
It's on safety.
All right, keep it straight up in there. Oh, yeah, that's a coon right there. That's a coon right there.
Get him, girl.
Hold on, Sean. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Look up there. Hold on. Oh, we looking up the wrong. Was she on that tree? Find him, girl. He up there.
That tree has so many different branches.
Yeah.
The clip ends abruptly, without revealing what was hiding in the tree. But based on the sound alone, it may have been a large feline. At least, that's my interpretation. An animal like that can become extremely dangerous if it decides that attacking is its only way out. In a split second, it could have lunged at one of them, causing serious injuries. That night was anything but normal for the two hunters. First, a firearm discharging without explanation. Then, a mysterious animal that, according to them, seemed to move from tree to tree, or at least sounded like it did. Both encounters could have ended far worse than they did. So stay with us, because as we move forward, the tension and suspense only continue to rise with each new story. We now move over to Darren's Northern Life, a channel where Darren regularly shares his passion for fishing and hunting, a lifestyle he truly lives by. In this clip, we find him on the final day of deer hunting season in Manitoba, a day he wanted to fully enjoy, unaware that what was about to happen could have changed his life completely. Let's see what unfolds.
Oh my goodness, that bullet just came over my head. Sound like a hit though. You freaking idiot. Oh. Man, I wish there were some bigger trees here. This guy's gonna frickin' kill me. He's shooting right towards me. Oh my goodness. Okay, at least there's some trees between us now. Idiot. Oh, that's exciting.
The hunters on the other side appear to have been tracking the same deer as Darren. They began firing in its direction, but a clear lack of experience caused the bullets to travel dangerously close to him. One single bullet would have been enough to end his life. After this terrifying moment, Darren decides that the best course of action is confrontation. He leaves his position, searches for their vehicle, and waits for them, determined to clear things up face to face. Let's see how it all unfolds.
Not much, self?
Not much. Taking pictures of the license plate. Is something wrong? Everything all right?
Somebody shot at me. I got on video. Literally, a bullet came flipping right over my head.
Two shots earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like around
Shot
4
at you.
o'clock?
Yeah.
Where
Somebody
were you?
walking down the edge of Huggins Field here.
Yeah, there was a guy walking on the end of the trail here.
So I was on the far side. Somebody walked down this side here. And freaking bullet. I seen a deer came out and I seen a guy walking. And sure enough, boom. You can, it's probably on video too. You can hear the bullet.
No shit. Well, it wasn't us. We're over at
No, the first shot wasn't hit because it half a mile later it was still way up in the air. It sounded like a hit. I know it sure sounded like it.
It did ever. Yeah.
It appears that the three men avoided giving a clear answer. More than that, they seem to have agreed on a shared story, involving another person who had already left the area. Darren, however, is convinced that one of them was the shooter, most likely because he noticed something through the scope, a detail that can't simply be dismissed. He later posted the video with the intention of making them known, since no one was willing to take responsibility for what happened. And that decision eventually led to a comment from one of the three men, a message where he apologizes, where he admits that he was the one who fired the shot, and says that even now he still feels terrible about it. So now I ask you, what would you have done in Darren's place? Would you have stayed as calm as he did? Or would you have reacted more aggressively just to force the truth out? Taylor is a content creator who loves nature, camping, and the quiet moments spent deep in the forest. He's also the face behind the Taylor Wood Camping channel. While browsing through his videos, I came across one where Taylor and his friend Marvin plan a camping trip on the edge of a forest somewhere in Iowa. The reason is simple. Marvin wanted to spend a night in a hot tent, so they set out. They find what seems like the perfect spot, set up their tent, and prepare for a calm and enjoyable evening, just as they imagined. But things don't go according to plan. Let's see what happens.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. Our phones are going off saying that we're in a tornado warning right now. Woo, it's about to get interesting tonight. Yes, sir. If you're not from the Midwest, you wouldn't understand, but we love tornadoes. We don't get scared. We don't run away. We go out and we chase them. We show them who's the boss. This is our turf. It's our block, right? So yeah, dome up. Dome up.
It's our hood.
It's our hood, right? I don't know if you guys can hear it, but tornado sirens are going off now. Which is surprising, you know, it's not really surprising this time of year. I mean, the other day it was like 65 degrees out. Day before that was like 20 degrees. So weather fluctuating like that, hot, cold, perfect brewing temps for a tornado. So, but then again, don't listen to me. I'm not no meteorologist or whatever the hell they're called. I'm just a guy who enjoys the outdoors.
I'm not sure what the appeal is of being anywhere near a tornado. For most people, that would be a nightmare scenario. But surprisingly, Taylor and Marvin seem to enjoy that kind of danger. Even more than that, they appear genuinely excited by the fact that a tornado is moving toward their location. Instead of fear, there's excitement. Instead of backing away, there's curiosity. Let's see how this unfolds.
All right, we might have to abandon. Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on, it's coming. Gotta leave the food behind. Come on, let's go.
South of Highway G24 and R57, very specific location.
Ooh, that was crazy.
Here in Norwalk, that is part of the apparent tornado path. So again, starting to talk about damage in.
Oh man, his shelter's gone.
In Norwalk, several houses. We haven't gotten a sense of what that damage is yet. But one is going to start wondering if we're going to start seeing windows blown out.
Well, we just lost dinner. I was gonna make SOS for you guys, but yeah, this is crazy. That came out of nowhere.
The National Weather Service in Des Moines has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Lucas County.
That's right where we're at right now. We're in Des Moines.
Eastern Decatur County in south central Iowa. Northwestern Wayne County in south central Iowa. Southeastern Clark County in south central Iowa until 6 p.m. It's 5:22 p.m. A confirmed.
I want to stay in and hunker down. This one's for you, Steve. This thing's melted down. I was going to show you guys earlier too. This is the hail that was coming down as well. It was a little bit bigger than this, not by much, maybe like half the size of a golf ball, but yeah, crazy. All right, so he's heading out, not to abandon camping tonight, but yeah, so here's what the tornado did. I think that was already there, that cut, but knocked all these branches up and over, flooded this whole area. We're just on our way to go to Burger King, go get some food since our dinner is out spread all across the woods. And we got, I mean, look at this. Damage everywhere. Man. I'm gonna have to just drive right up over this. I don't think that's gonna be that big of a deal. Maybe I can move some of it. Yep, knock this all over.
Unfortunately, Taylor's camera didn't capture the exact moment when the tornado was supposedly right next to them. At least, that's what he explains. Even so, there's no doubt the tornado passed through the area. The footage clearly shows the road covered in broken tree branches, while lightning continues to flash in the background, a sign that the storm was still active and moving forward. This time, Taylor and Marvin walk away without injuries. Their camp is destroyed, their food scattered, and the night comes to an abrupt end. However, there's one detail worth pointing out. At one moment, Taylor says the tornado came out of nowhere. In reality, they had already received a warning. And in situations like this, every second matters. Especially when a single decision can cost you your life. And now, a question for you. Have you ever experienced something like this? What did it feel like? Victoria Rose is a nature enthusiast and full-time traveler, living on the road in her van alongside her dog. Over the years, she's explored nearly all of America, discovering countless beautiful places. But when you live life on the road, you're bound to face situations that aren't always pleasant. About 2 years ago, during one of her trips, Victoria decided to spend the night in a forest. She was looking for peace, fresh air, and a quiet walk with her dog. And for a while, that's exactly what she got. The day was beautiful. The forest was calm. Everything felt perfect. But as evening settled in, things began to change, and her troubles started the moment darkness took over the woods. Let's see what happened next.
What the fuck?
You guys gonna kick me out of this spot? Huh? Are you guys gonna move your truck so I can at least leave? Are you gonna move your truck so I can leave? Huh? Well, it's kind of weird that I was well, I am. Well, now I have to like leave because there's no way I can sleep like this. Can you at least ask, like, or say excuse me or something? Like, I was camped here.
I understand. We told you we didn't know there was anybody in there.
Right, but can you like say like
go into the woods.
Yeah, but it's just common courtesy to say sorry, I didn't realize. Is it okay if we camp here? But it's like this is the spot that I got. It's just strange. It's rude. I don't really know where to go or what to do. It's like 2 a.m. This is so strange. I've never had this happen out in the West. Off-road life? Up the Oh, I'm so tired. Well, there's gonna be some lines, but I hate driving at night, especially when I'm this tired, because it's like nearly 3 a.m. It was a weird situation. I didn't know what to do. Like, what do you do? Infiltrating.
Unfortunately for Rose, her night didn't go as planned. In the middle of the night, she was forced to leave her campsite. The reason? A group of strangers arrived and parked right next to her, refusing to move. This kind of behavior feels extremely strange to me, even in designated camping areas. When there's plenty of space throughout the forest, why would someone choose to park directly next to a stranger? Unless there's another reason. Given the circumstances, and without any means to defend herself, Rose chose to leave and spend the night in a parking lot. A smart decision, especially considering that deep in the forest, it would have been just her and the other vehicle, completely isolated. So let me ask you, do you think Rose made the right choice? And one more thing, what does your intuition tell you about the actions of those who parked right beside her? We arrive at the channel Muskrat Outdoors, where an older couple documents their peaceful outdoor adventures, hunting, walking, enjoying the forest. But this time, that peace breaks. Because during what should have been a simple walk, they stumble across something you don't normally see, something that shouldn't be there, something that, even if you know it happens, still feels unsettling, even grotesque. A disturbing detail. It's the kind of thing that sticks with you. Let's take a look.
The bear bait to check on the bear bait, see if anything been there or not, and check the cameras. There's been a bear there. Most of the bait was gone. Barrel's about half full, so we refilled it and got the camera cards out. We haven't been home yet to look at it, but we decided to take a drive up the road and over the mountain and come across something here extremely strange. I'm not really sure what to make of this. We found an old trail here. We walked down the trail, and here hanging in this tree here, right underneath that pole, was what I thought was a barrel that was probably used as a martin box. What it turned out to be is an old milk can, and stranger yet, the lid was on it. I pulled the lid off of it, and look at this. What in the world? Why would anybody... That's a pine marten. It's all been skinned and stretched. This is a coyote. Looks like several coyotes. I'm not positive what that one is. Anyway, I want this old milk can, so I'm going to dig all these out of here, and then I'll get a better idea of just what this is. But why in the world would anybody go through the trouble of I'm sure, trapping these animals, skinning them, stretching them, fleshing them, and then stick them in a milk can and hang them on the tree and never come back? They've been here, looks like, quite a while. So, I don't know what to think of this. Maybe the guy is trapping out a season. There's no season on coyotes. The pine marten would be the only one you get in trouble for. Maybe he was planning to come back and never made it back. I don't know. Very, very strange.
It's the kind of discovery that raises far more questions than answers. At first glance, it looks like animal hides. Maybe old pelts meant for clothing. Maybe an outdated practice that we simply don't understand anymore. That could explain why they were stuffed into an old milk can. But the way they're packed, crumpled, forgotten, almost mummified, there's something unsettling about it. As if you're not just looking at abandoned materials, but at a fragment of a story no one ever wanted to explain. The container itself looks old, very old. Which means whatever happened here happened long ago. And you're left with one disturbing question. Was this just a forgotten stash of pelts, or something far more macabre? The Hunting Public is a well-known channel, dedicated entirely to hunting footage. But 3 years ago, Ted, Nick, and Greg experienced something deeply unsettling while out on a hunt. I tried to find any updates or follow-ups related to this incident, yet even after 3 years, no clear explanation has ever surfaced. And that lack of answers only makes the entire situation feel even more mysterious and far more disturbing. So let's take a look at what happened back then. deep in the woods, while they were hunting.
Chills all down my back. Yeah. Somebody is screaming at the absolute top of their lungs over there. Very not good obscenities to someone else. Right before that last gunshot, it sounded like a truck revving up or something, like in gravel, throwing gravel or something. Yeah. And then that gunshot was like, that one sounded like a rifle. That last one, all the other ones sounded like a handgun. That last one, like, could you make out a few things they were saying? It wasn't good. Things we won't repeat on here, but it was like blood-curdling screaming. I've never witnessed anybody screaming like that. They're still yelling. Horrific screaming I've ever heard.
I chose not to interfere with this story at all and to let it unfold on its own. There's nothing that really needs to be added. The incident is disturbing enough as it is, and it genuinely feels like they may have witnessed something far more serious. Possibly even a crime that took place deep in the forest, a place with no phone signal, completely isolated, where in 99% of cases, if you scream for help, no one hears you. You can clearly hear the panic in their voices. The unease is real. And the moment multiple gunshots echo through the woods, that moment sent chills down my spine. For them, it must have been far worse. As soon as everything comes to an end, they leave the forest and report the incident to the authorities without hesitation. They hand over everything, what they heard, what they recorded, every detail they had. And yet, as mentioned earlier in the video, even 3 years later, there has been no official update on what actually happened out there. At least none that has ever surfaced publicly. And if there had been, I'm certain the three of them would have spoken about it. A deeply unsettling encounter. And things only get stranger from here. Because the next hunter's story feels less grounded in reality, and more like something pulled straight from the mythic depths of the forest. Is Alaska. Here, we meet a man whose passion is metal detecting. He's been doing it for a long time, and alongside that, he's been exploring Alaska for over 20 years, meaning he knows these lands extremely well. In the footage, we see him heading out on one of these explorations, finding various interesting objects along the way. But at a certain point, his attention is drawn to an unexpected sound. Let's see what happens next.
Well, it's getting dark on me. Down to my last target. Looks like a little wood, or... What's that? Whoa, did you guys hear that? It sounded like something howling. Still hear it. Sweet little box. Boy, that freaked me out. Alright, so I'm working my way back. Whoa, did you hear that? Oh man, something just threw something in the water right beside me. Oh, jeez. Alright, guys, let's get out of here. I just threw something else in the water just now. Alright, I'm finally getting close to the road. Whew, that scared the crap out of me.
The video I found ends exactly where you just saw it. Based on what we can see, and especially what we can hear, it's fair to say that something, or someone, was nearby. The distinct howls, which don't sound like a wolf, combined with stones being thrown into the water, strongly suggest that whatever was there didn't want him around. What makes this even more interesting is how close the location seems to be to a traveled area. You can clearly hear cars passing in the distance, which raises an unsettling thought. If these creatures do exist, they may come much closer to civilization than we tend to believe. Of course, there's always the possibility of an edited clip or a staged scenario. However, in support of the footage, it's worth noting that the man featured has appeared on various shows over the years, sharing both recordings and extensive knowledge about Alaska's wilderness and its mysteries. So I'll leave it to you. What do you think about what you've just seen and heard? What follows speaks for itself. In the footage, we see a man out mushroom picking in a forest near a city. Everything seems normal. The forest is quiet, and mushrooms are everywhere. Nothing feels out of place. Until suddenly, what happens next is completely shocking. Let's take a look.
いい状態です。全然成長しなかったな、アメラ。本当によ。よし、物はいい。状態はいい。最高です。全然虫入ってないです。物はいいです。一人分になるかな。食べたい方一人分。今日もね、舞茸当たらない可能性だってあるのでね。とりあえず食べれるものは取っていきましょう。まあまあですね。
The man continues picking mushrooms, one better than the next. Everything feels calm, almost too calm. But from the nearby bushes, danger is watching him, observing, waiting, studying him as he moves without a single worry. And when it finally gets closer, well, it's hard to put into words. So let's watch what happens next.
Oi! Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!
What attacked him was a bear cub, and it did so without hesitation. Even though it was small, the danger was very real. Because where there's a cub, there's almost always a mother nearby. Fortunately, the cub eventually got scared and ran off. And with it, most likely, the mother as well. But the intensity of the moment is impossible to ignore. You can hear it in the man's breathing afterward. Heavy, deep, uncontrolled. A clear sign of fear and adrenaline. When you're in the forest, danger can appear at any moment, especially when the vegetation is dense and visibility is low. If you had been in his place, how would you have reacted? What would you have done? The next clip comes from Adrian J. Crozet, a musician, artist, and singer whose content revolves primarily around his passion for music. Adrian plays rock music for those of you interested in that scene. This time, however, it's not about a failed concert or a musical moment gone wrong. The clip is tied to a very different experience, one he shared with his friends and bandmates. They decided that alongside music, they wanted something more intense. So they grabbed their flashlights and headed out at night to explore Ballyboley Forest, a place surrounded by Irish urban legends, said to be haunted. When you're in a group, tension is easier to handle. But the dark landscape of that forest creates an unsettling atmosphere, even when nothing seems to be happening. Let's see how their exploration in search of the paranormal unfolds.
Come, ghost. Come. We welcome you.
Probably shouldn't have said that. These are the things you'd be really careful about. Fallen logs with just that coming out of the end. You want to go eye first, right onto that. Okay, we're now in some sort of, well, we're deeper into this groove, which is becoming a really groove. I love this forest. It's slightly terrifying. There's numbers. Do you reckon if we read these numbers out in a certain order, that they will come? Seems like we're going slightly too far to the south, but we'll see what happens. We want to get as directly centre as we can. But seems to be nice going this direction. Can't see anything now. So I shine this torch, then you can see. Yeah, getting as lost as possible. Then we're going to try and call for the... I'm trying to remember what the ghosts are. 4 figures or something. We'll try and... You don't ask questions like that, Aaron. We need to re-lose ourselves in the thicket and then summon a demon.
What bright idea is this way?
What about upward that way? How should you go up this way?
Go this straight and then this is there.
Mossy stuff.
The 3 continue walking through the forest, moving deeper until they reach near its center. Aside from the dark, unsettling scenery, nothing seems to be happening. The forest is dense, and the light from their flashlights barely reaches beyond a few trees. Darkness surrounds them, but once they reach the middle, something changes. The air feels different, and out of the forest's complete silence, a sound emerges. Let's continue.
Was that you, or was it the stick? It was definitely the stick. It's so weird. What?
So we're like...
This...
Yeah.
This wee sort of vapor that's just passing through us constantly.
Yeah, just a constant mist. And literally the dead silence of the wood. Let's listen to the dead silence of the wood.
While your phone makes all these beep noises. Good.
Spirits of the wood, ye 4, come, join us. Stand with us now.
Nah, mate, I don't think it did. I'm like, there's nothing here, like. What the fuck was that?
The clip ends abruptly, right as the 3 of them start running. Considering that Adrian continued posting videos afterward, we can safely assume everything ended without serious harm. Naturally, there are several possible explanations for what happened. The first is that there truly is something unusual in that forest. No known animal produces a sound like that, at least not in the forests of Ireland. The second explanation is staging. As musicians, it wouldn't have been difficult for one of them to separate from the group and create those sounds. A simple, effective hoax. But if we consider the first possibility, then what they experienced was a genuine scare, one strong enough to keep them away from this kind of content in the future. What's even more interesting is what appears in the comments under that video. People who grew up around Ballyboley Forest claim the area hides something. Strange sounds, unexplained shadows, and events that are hard to rationalize. What do you think about this encounter? Have you ever experienced something similar or heard stories like this yourself? Nomad Unknown is a channel fully dedicated to travel, van life, and spending time in nature. The creator behind the channel is calm and laid back, rarely running into trouble or unexpected situations. But this time, things are different. After a few days of not feeling quite herself, she decided that getting out into nature, hiking a trail somewhere in the deep south, might help clear her mind. So she hit the road and arrived at the place she had been looking for. After taking a moment to relax, she puts on her backpack and begins her hike. Let's see what happens next.
Whether I'm solo traveling or stationary with a group of people, in my experience, the one thing that helps me is remembering the saying, no one's gonna come save you, you have to save yourself. And it's not professional advice. That's just what works for me when I'm feeling really low like that. I just have to fall into the things that I really love and sort of gently force myself to do them so that at least I'm doing something. So here we are, and I'm enjoying myself. I'm already feeling so much better today. And I do think that part of what got me down was loneliness. You ever just come across somebody and the energy is just off? That is what's been happening to me a little bit today. I'm about 3 miles in and I found this spot that I would really love to camp. But just as I was getting here, I saw somebody that I've seen twice already today. The first time I saw him, he only had a water bottle in his hand, no backpack or anything. And I saw him at the trailhead where I parked my car as I was still pulling things out of my car. And at that point, as soon as he saw me, he sort of turned around and headed back onto the trail. I've seen him 4 times, I just realized. And then I saw him as I was hiking. I'd started with my pack up the trail, and he came from behind me, still with just the water bottle. And I didn't hear him at first, but it kind of startled me a little bit. So I moved over to let him go past, and that time was the first time I said, "Oh, hello." And he just said, "Hi." The next time I saw him, he was at a crossroads, and it looked like he was loading things into his car to leave. But I guess he was pulling a backpack out, because even though I didn't say anything to him at that point, I literally just got across this bridge that's behind me, and it was filming some of the wild azaleas. And there he came from behind me again, this time with the backpack on, like an overnight backpack. And I said, "Oh, hello again." I might have even filmed that, although I didn't film him. And again, he just said, "Hi." There's nothing concrete that's wrong with any of that, but it's the feeling of it.
She explains that she's encountered other men on hiking trails before, and that most of the time everything was fine. That's normal when you spend time outdoors. But this man, in particular, triggered something different. A sense of unease, a feeling of paranoia. She says she always listens to those signals because they're a survival mechanism that helps keep her safe. After thinking it over at the spot she had reached, a place she had hoped to camp, she decides it's not the right moment. She gets ready to leave. And that's when something else happens. Let's continue.
As I was looking across that, you see, there's the bridge, you can see that. And then the backpack's right there. I was thinking I was going to camp over there, but I looked over and I saw this area here, the clearing, and I thought, you know what, that's a bit more hidden from trail. I might feel more comfortable and secure over there, so I came over. Why is there a trail cam pointing to that campsite? I don't really know how those things work. Maybe it's not visible on the camera, but like, what else is it pointing at? Okay. Like, here's the trail cam. What is it pointing at? Putting my camera right behind. My backpack is right there. That's where I was going to camp. Like, that's an established campsite. Looks like this one is too, but what the heck is going on here? First, weird energy. Second, a trail cam pointed at a campsite? Ugh. I think, yeah, I think 1 strike, 2 strike. I gotta get out of here before 3 strikes and I'm out.
After discovering the trail camera pointed directly at the spot where she planned to camp, every instinct in her body screamed one thing: leave immediately. And that's exactly what she did. Personally, I don't believe the camera was necessarily placed to monitor people. It's far more likely it was set up to capture wildlife passing through the area, especially near the fallen tree visible in the footage. That said, I can't completely rule out the possibility of darker intentions. In situations like this, anything is possible. What truly matters is that once again, she listened to her instincts. She abandoned a plan that could have become dangerous, especially after an entire day of feeling like something was off. Still, the video raises many unanswered questions. So let me ask you, was this just paranoia? Or was there something far more unsettling going on? Footage from the channel MKP Studio. The channel is fully dedicated to exploring places that could best be described as unsettling, most of them forests and remote natural areas. It's important to mention that the creator had already visited this forest in a previous video. During that visit, he discovered an abandoned phone next to an improvised wooden cross. In the comments, many viewers urged him to return, to see if there might be other objects hidden nearby. So that's exactly what he did. The footage takes place in a forest in Washington, under gloomy, rainy weather. As he enters the woods, he almost immediately passes 2 warning signs. Signs that clearly indicate danger is present in this forest. Right from the start, the tension is set early on. From here, let's see where this leads.
As I started hiking into the woods, I immediately noticed several missing person signs posted along the trail. Now, I'd seen similar signs in the nearby town before, but never this deep into the forest. And it was definitely a creepy way to start off this video. So this once again just emphasizes the dangers of this place. So I've never seen any missing signs around here before, but I'm not sure if this is meant to be a deterrent, similar to like maybe the other signs that we've seen around here, but this is definitely strange. This is definitely a new one. I'm pretty sure this is a sleeping bag. Yeah, this is definitely a sleeping bag. This looks like pretty new. There's something in here. Whoa, it's a shotgun shell. It looks like it's unused. Okay, this is definitely unsettling. So this is the area that I found the cell phone and the cross, and you can see the cross right there. It seems to have fallen over. This was the exact area where we found that phone ringing. I came down this trail near this waterfall and I started hearing ringing, and I was trying to figure out where it was coming from, and it was right over here. So let's go see if anything's changed. Whoa, there's something else right down there. There is something else over here. Whoa, it says forgive us. This was not here the last time. This
was the original one that we found, but it's fallen over. But there's this new one right next to it.
After revisiting the spot where he previously found the objects, he moves deeper into the forest. For nearly 30 minutes, he walks without seeing or hearing anything unusual. No strange sounds, no movement, just silence. Until he reaches a point where something catches his attention. An object, hanging from a tree branch. Let's continue.
I think I just found something. Holy sh**. What? Okay. I'm speechless right now. There's this found footage movie where they're in the woods and they find a bunch of these like weird doll things hanging from the trees, and this looks identical to those dolls. I feel like we have just stumbled across something that we were not supposed to. So we have found ourselves in a situation here, and I don't know what to do next. This entire area is covered in these weird stick figures hanging from this tree. There's this big one here, but there's another one hanging right next to it. I just found two more. Holy sh**. This is mind-blowing, you guys. So there's that one down there. There's another one hanging right below it. And then there's this. There's two other ones right here. I don't know what to do right now.
After finding several objects that look like they came straight out of a horror movie, he continues walking for another 20 minutes, discovering even more along the way. Eventually, he decides it's time to turn back. The rain shows no signs of stopping, and moving forward becomes increasingly difficult. But what he had already found was disturbing enough to make the hair on your neck stand up. Strange charms like these rarely mean anything good. And in moments like this, the smartest choice is to head back to your car and leave as quickly as possible, because you never really know what might be roaming forests like this. And the sound of rain can easily drown out any cry for help if something decides to follow you. But let me ask you a question. What would you do in that kind of situation? Would you go deeper in the woods or run straight to the car? Imagine riding your mountain bike through the forest. Calm, familiar, just like every other ride. Fresh air, trees all around, nothing out of the ordinary. You pedal at an easy pace, fully focused on the trail. When suddenly everything changes. You're forced to ride faster than you ever have before. That's exactly what happens in the next and final clip of this compilation. Let's see what unfolds. The bear chasing the cyclist didn't give up easily. And this wasn't a small, curious animal looking for attention. It was a full-grown beast, one that could have seriously injured him, or worse, if it had caught up, especially considering the man appeared to have no real protection at all. Running was his only option, and for a few terrifying seconds, the line between survival and disaster came down to how fast he could pedal. What would you have done in his place? The next clip comes from Houston Wilson. You may have seen it featured in other compilations, but personally, it feels like a story that has a bit of everything. We can't show the entire video here. Although if you enjoy it, I recommend checking out his channel for the full version. So let's break down the key moments. Wilson's plan was to complete a mountain biking route through Los Padres National Forest. A long and demanding trail, especially if you're not prepared for the unexpected. And Wilson wasn't. Despite being passionate about hiking and mountain biking and claiming some experience, the conditions quickly proved otherwise. The first 2 days go relatively well. Exhausting but manageable. Then his bike breaks down. Instead of turning back, Wilson decides to drag it with him. If you think that's the worst part, it's not. An unusual heat wave hits the area, and from that point on, things start to spiral fast. Let's see what happens next.
That's nice, and it's beautiful too. Okay, I think this is the top. I don't want to get my hopes up. I am gonna put my on. Well, relatively short descent, and now another like 1,500-foot climb, so it's gonna be okay. I just feel really scared. I don't know why I just get I just feel really scared and alone. I'm doing better. I'm feeling better. I think I'll feel even better when I eat some more food, but it can just get like really scary out here sometimes. Yeah, especially when you're doing it alone. Yeah, like so many things can go wrong, and there's still a lot more of the ride to come. I'm just gonna, just keep focusing on what I need to do, which is eating, drinking, being safe. But my main focus right now is just getting down the mountain. I was doing that hike-a-bike section, and as I got closer to the top, I realized that I couldn't remember the last 30 minutes, and I thought, like, oh, I should sit down. And the moment I sat down, I started thinking about death. I was like, am I, like, ready to die? And I, like, pulled out my bivvy. And I was like, oh, maybe I should take some videos for, like, different people in my life, just giving, like, a final message or something. And I don't know if, like, I actually would have died in that moment, but it felt like I was going to.
I chose not to intervene at all during the short segment shown here because it felt important to let it play out exactly as it happened. In fact, this is one of the most difficult moments Wilson faced throughout his entire journey. An expedition that lasted over 80 hours and nearly 240 miles. To some, it might seem like he's exaggerating. Personally, I don't believe that, especially when you put yourself in his position. Exhausted, dehydrated, trapped in an intense heat wave, completely alone in the wilderness, without seeing another person for days. That's a situation many people wouldn't be able to endure. Wilson pushed himself through extreme physical and mental stress, bringing him close to breaking point. Eventually, he made a hard decision. He left the bike behind and continued on foot. He reached the end of the trail safely, exhausted but alive. Even more impressively, he later returned to recover his bike. Another victory. For those who want to see the full journey, I highly recommend checking out his channel, because the story goes far beyond what we've seen here. Dan's van life. Because unfortunately for Dan, bad things seem to come in waves. For those who want more context, the previous incident is linked in the comments, or you can check my channel and go back 2 videos. But first, a quick recap. Dan and his 4-legged companion, Cassie, set out on a van journey across America. From the very first days, things didn't go as planned. And in the clip we're about to see, another problem appears. Just a few days later. The video starts off casually. Dan and Cassie grab lunch at a McDonald's, then head toward a forested area to relax and enjoy the scenery. Once they arrive, they go for a walk in nature. In a rush, or perhaps feeling too safe in the middle of nowhere, Dan leaves the van door open. And from that moment on, things start to go wrong. Let's see what happens next.
Take a walk up this road, see if maybe there's a better viewpoint of the mountain behind me, and just check it out. Kind of cool right off the bat. Looks like horse poop. There's either a moose or a horse right outside of the van right now. And he just made a scary noise. Or a bear. Holy shit. There's a bear right outside the van. Hey, bear. He's huge. He's huge. If I wouldn't have said something, he was gonna go in the van. If I wouldn't have hollered, hey bear, he was about to walk his way right into the van. Stay. Cassie, sit. Sit. Hey bear. Hey big guy. What are the odds of that the second I walk away, what are the odds that the second I walk away from the van, a bear just comes strolling in? What are the odds, dude? I could have stepped out the door right into his face. I could have went eye to eye with that thing. I heard a weird snort noise when I was walking up the trail and looked back and just barely saw him sliding behind the van. And I could see him through the trees, like looking in my door. If I let go, she would chase him all the way down. He was pretty scared of us though, that's good. I didn't get the greatest video of him by the van because I was preparing until I realized that he was looking pretty docile. So I put away the other thing and aimed the camera at him, and Glad that I got some of it on footage. That was wicked. He was huge.
Most likely, the bear was drawn in by the smell coming from inside the van, especially since Dan cooks in there. Fortunately, he returned at the exact moment the bear seemed ready to enter. And just as fortunately, the animal was startled easily and moved on. Because if things had escalated, the situation could have become extremely dangerous. Especially with Cassie there, visibly distressed. Dan had no weapon, not even bear spray. That alone could have made things far worse. Luck was on his side once again, because in the previous clip from this compilation, we saw exactly what an aggressive bear is capable of. And this time, Dan wasn't safely inside the vehicle. It seems this journey didn't start off very well for him. Time will tell if more problems lie ahead. But for now, let me ask you, do you think Dan is simply unlucky? Or are these encounters just unfortunate coincidences? An older piece of footage, filmed back in 2010. It shows a man passionate about fishing, walking along a small river in search of the perfect spot to enjoy his hobby. As he moves along the riverbank, he's surrounded by the dense forest vegetation around him. Everything feels calm, peaceful. Nothing suggests that something unusual is about to happen. Take a look at what happens next.
イノブだな。ほっほっほっほっ。こりゃイノブですよ。イノシシサンタクロースですよ。 犬がいる。イノシシがいますよ。よいしょ。
I know Japan faces a real issue when it comes to bear encounters. According to statistics, over 200 attacks are reported every year. And every time, I'm struck by how aggressively these animals confront humans. It's likely one of the few countries where this happens so frequently. What makes it even more dangerous is the fact that people often carry no form of protection at all. That lack of defense can easily lead to serious injuries, or worse. In this case, the man manages to drive the bear away, but it doesn't give up easily. It comes back and attempts to attack a second time. Only then does it finally retreat and run off. Not before leaving behind a deep knot in the stomach and a heart pounding at full speed. This clip comes from Indonesia, from the channel of a young man named Jelly. His entire adventure begins with the belief that the forest near where he plans to spend the night is haunted. But that's not all. The spot he chooses to camp is also the very place where a young woman reportedly lost her life in the past. On top of that, Jelly makes a decision that completely changes the tone of the night. Instead of sleeping inside his tent, he chooses to use it only as a rain cover, planning to sleep fully exposed under the open sky. At first, everything feels normal. Nothing unusual happens. But as night falls, things begin to shift. Slowly, almost imperceptibly. From that point on, Jelly's night gradually descends into fear, confusion, and a desperate search for rational explanations. Let's see what happens next.
Seperti di balik batu itu seperti ada yang nembang, teman-teman. Kalian dengar kan, teman-teman? Seriusan aku kaget banget. Karena kayak ada yang nembang-nembang.
The singing continues, and Jelly begins to believe it might be a cry for help, coming from the young woman who reportedly died in that place. But things don't stop there. As the night goes on, the experience becomes increasingly unsettling. The sounds persist, the atmosphere shifts, and the silence between those moments becomes heavier than the noise itself. Let's continue.
Ini pasti makhluk halus, teman-teman. Astagfirullah. Kalian dengar, lihat ini, teman-teman. Astagfirullah. Dia, teman-teman, yang minta tolong. La ilaha illallah. Kelihatan nggak? Dia, teman-teman, yang minta tolong. La ilaha illallah.
Kemana dia teman-teman? Mana tadi? Ini ya? Di sini ya? La ilaha illallah. Kuntilanak. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahu Akbar. Kalian dengarkan dia minta tolong. Itu orang bukan teman-teman ya?
After the mysterious presence fades away, Jelly returns to his tent and lies down for a moment, trying to catch his breath. The singing disappears entirely, swallowed by the forest's silence. Everything seems to return to normal. But just as the tension begins to ease, something happens that completely shocks Jelly.
Siapa itu? Siapa ini? Okay. Astagfirullahaladzim. Apa itu? Kaki teman-teman. Kaki teman-teman.
After this final experience, nothing else happens. The singing disappears completely, and no further incidents occur. Still, it was more than enough to leave Jelly deeply shaken. Personally, I don't believe in things like this, and I generally think everything can be explained logically. But this time, there's one detail I can't find an explanation for. I'm talking about the moment when those legs appear. Jelly films behind the tent multiple times, and there's no tree or structure that someone could have been hanging from in that way. And those legs look clearly human, and just as clearly, they're suspended in midair. The singing itself can be explained relatively easily. Anyone nearby could have made those sounds. But this part, for me, remains a mystery. And that's what makes me wonder whether there might be something beyond what we understand about life itself. But of course, that's just my opinion. What do you think about this encounter? Exploring with Owen is the channel of a young man passionate about exploration. This time, however, it's not about an urban or wilderness exploration, but about his very first solo camping experience. Alone in a forest. Owen openly admits that before filming this video, he had never camped alone in nature. Still, he gathers his courage and decides that this is exactly what he wants to do. The plan seems simple. A peaceful day outdoors, away from everything, and a perfect opportunity to gain experience. He packs his gear, hops on his bike, and sets off to find a place to set up camp. But as it often happens, plans made at home don't always match reality. And Owen's day begins to unfold in a rather strange way. Let's see what happens next.
Right away, weird things started to happen. Alright guys, I just got dropped off with all my stuff, but I was walking just barely with my stuff and I heard a giant crash over there, over in that direction. It literally sounded like a tree falling over. I don't know what that was. I just really hope there's not people in this forest, because that actually scared me so bad. Now guys, I'm probably gonna inflate my air mattress and set up my bed. I just heard sticks now. I'm not even kidding. It came from like over that way. I'm hoping that's just the wind. Once I lay down and my weight disperses, it's... Is that a gunshot? But once I lay down and my weight disperses, it's... Is that a gunshot? I literally think I just heard a gunshot. I don't know if that picked up on camera. I hope it did. Bro, I don't want this to be a scary video. It was just supposed to be a solo camping. But anyways, what I was gonna say is that once I lay down and my weight disperses, it's just fine. But I'd like to mention, this is literally my first time tenting in the woods, and I'm also alone. The only time I've ever been tenting is like outside of my house, and it's been with friends. So this is really new to me, and I'm kind of nervous, I'm not gonna lie. I really hope I didn't come underprepared.
After the unsettling sounds that agitate young Owen, he tries to stick to his plan. He prepares his meal, eats, takes a short walk around the area, even though night is already beginning to settle over the forest. He talks a bit more to his viewers through the camera, then decides it's time to stop filming and go to sleep, hoping the hours will pass quickly. But just a few hours later, Owen wakes up. He grabs the camera again and starts recording. Because once more, things begin to feel strange. Let's continue.
Guys, I just woke up. It's like 2 a.m. and I just heard footsteps outside of the tent. Literally woke me up. It was so loud. They went away though. I don't know, I feel like I kind of want to go out and check, but I'm kind of scared too. I think we're going to go out and check. I might just walk around and look at the area. It is so dark out. Look at this, guys. I can't even see if they're on camera. It's so dark. Let me see if my phone flashlight's better. I think that's a little better. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely better. I'm just gonna use my phone flashlight. You know what? I'll use both. Here's my bike. The footsteps came from like over here. They sounded like it was right here. My tent is right there. Hello? not sleeping here. I am not sleeping here. I'm shaking so bad. I'm packing my stuff and I'm getting out of here. I legit forgot I was recording that. I'm shaking so bad. Look at my hand. Look at my hand. Am I still recording?
Owen's first experience didn't unfold the way he had hoped. While it was most likely nothing more than an animal moving nearby, being his first time alone like this, his senses were pushed to the limit. In moments like that, every sound feels amplified. It's completely understandable. Young, inexperienced, alone in the forest, constantly alert, he chose to leave for his own safety. And the fear he felt is undeniable. You can try to control your voice, try to sound calm, but hands shaking like that can't be faked or hidden. It's an involuntary reaction, one that reveals just how intense the experience truly was. I found this clip on a YouTube channel simply called LH. It was uploaded almost 18 years ago, back in the early days of the platform, and despite that, it doesn't have many views, which honestly surprised me. The video shows two friends driving home. At some point, they reach a stretch of road that cuts through a forested area and decide to pull over for a few minutes, just to stretch their legs and get some fresh air. Nothing unusual, but that short stop slowly turns into something far more disturbing than they ever expected. The clip is in another language, and unfortunately, because it's so old, it was impossible for me to properly translate it. The audio quality is poor, there's a lot of background noise, and the voices aren't very clear. Still, what happens on camera is fairly explicit. One important detail mentioned in the description is that this footage was supposedly found on their camera after the two were reported missing.
Vad är det? Vad fan är det? Den ena. Skru på! Den är på där. Ser du det? Nej, får du löpa i skogen? Fy fan, såg du det? Jag vet inte vad det är. Ska vi stoppa? Jag har en nummer. Ja, jag stoppar, ja. Ta så åpne opp bagasjerommet. Kameraet? Ja. Så du hvor det ble, eller? Ja. Faen, det kan det. Just det. Nei. Det er faen meg overalt.
The clip ends right after this scene, and even though it might feel like something out of a movie at first, the final moments raise a lot of serious questions. Initially, I thought one of the two guys was making those sounds, but after that figure appears, that explanation doesn't really hold up anymore. Then I considered the possibility of a third person being there with them. But throughout the entire clip, there isn't a single extra voice. No comments, no background speech, Nothing that would suggest someone else was present. That option pretty much disappears as well. And that's where the questions really begin. Looking closely at the footage, it becomes clear that the sounds are coming from the figure moving toward them. A person who appears to be wearing some kind of mask, or at least something covering their face. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up video, and the channel itself only has 4 uploads in total, which leaves everything completely wrapped in mystery. Was the description real? Did the 2 friends actually go missing with the footage later found by someone else? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I read every single one. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit the like button and share it with a friend who loves this kind of content. And if you're new here, consider subscribing. It's free, and it truly helps the channel grow, especially since more than 90% of viewers aren't subscribed yet. Also, tap the bell icon so YouTube actually notifies you whenever I upload something new.